A guaranteed 1 million rand is up for grabs in this event, so make sure you get down to Times Square in Pretoria and take part in SPT, the Sunbet Poker Tour, where we have guaranteed over 9 million rand in prizes this week alone. Catch all of the action on the live stream right here with MJPT and Sunbet Poker Tour, and of course you can watch the live updates on our website. That's www.mjpt.co.za.
Welcome back. We've been fed.
Yeah, welcome back to the viewers after our dinner break. We have a new feature table. Very interesting feature table, Gary. Seat 1, we have Gordon Patterson with 84,200.
The STV Gordon.
Yeah, seat 2, Sajid Singh, 96,800.
Sucky's a good boy.
Seat 4 is Gareth Duncan, 202,000.
Don't know Gareth too well, but welcome.
Seat 5 is the ever-smiling Alvin Brooks, 128,400.
The Brooks.
Seat 6 is Jürgen Govender, 93,700.
Welcome, Jürgen.
Seat 7, Sandy Kuhr, 310,100.
No introduction required.
Seat 8, Rikshu, 129,400.
Also no introduction required, but he will be late to the table.
Yes, and Ricky in Sandler in seat 9, 285,300.
I daren't do an introduction. Okay, so some of these oaks are missing.
Yeah, a few players missing there, Gary.
1,000 to play.
And we have bio sheets on them, and the interesting thing is that Gordon Patterson's favorite player is Alvin Brooks, and Alvin Brooks is at the table with him.
Yeah, I think that might be a tongue-in-cheek when they filled it out of the last table, to be honest.
Choco bets.
Okay, nice running diamonds here.
Choco bets.
So three-fifths of a royal flush.
Straight flush draw for Sajjan.
2,500. 2,500.
For a pair and a straight flush draw.
Fold. 2,500.
He has bet that.
Call. 2,500.
Jürgen has called with his top pair, but he's got a really bad kicker and no diamond.
Choco
3
bets.
hearts, no change for Sajjan.
Choco bets. Check.
Jürgen checks. Sajjan checks behind. 6 of hearts is no good, and the queen is good.
Choco bets.
He's going to bet it now.
Bet is 5,000.
There is Sajjan.
That's one piece of chain around his neck, eh? And his arms.
Call.
Yeah, he makes the call. And he'll see the queen. And he'll slide his cards into the muck.
Fold.
So the first hand post the dinner break, Gary. Under the belt.
Yeah, I must just thank Bradley for having me sprinting around the car park during the dinner break. It's very nice for him to get me in my daily steps and exercise. I mean, I will say that Bradley is now in the South African Olympic team for the 100 meters. I'm in the 20-kilometer walking race. I'm still going. We had a little minor emergency, which turned out to be nothing. But we left the restaurant in age order and arrived in a similar order. Dear, oh dear. Anyhow, we're here. And we're happy to be back, and everything is in order. So Ricky Sandler, I believe, is not here, will be under the gun player, so his cards will be surrendered.
Maybe so.
Gordon Patterson, who's... I must give Gordon a shout out. He's been helping us with a lot of our technical
1,000 to play.
In the back here. And as you know, Gordon is outside broadcast specialist, cameras, sound, etc. So
raise to 2.5.
Welcome assistance from him. We appreciate it. So big shout out to him. And from afar, Dominic Black, his partner in crime, who's obviously an Emmy award-winning camera guy. So yeah.
2.5.
Okay, the hand continues. Pocket sevens for Alvin. Sugden called with a suited 10-8. Rex's cards go in the muck. He's not here to play them. So Gordon, Sugden and Alvin to the flop. And a set of sevens here for Alvin Brooks.
Check the bets.
7, 8, 9, 10. So Suggy's up and down. And of course a pair of 8s for Gordon.
Bet is 2,500.
Definitely action flop for those 3 players.
Call 2,500. Raise to 10,000.
Here comes the raise with a set of sevens by Alvin. This is a draw heavy board. There's clubs out there, there's a straight draw.
Yeah, I think it's a solid fold by Gordon.
Yeah, good solid
Total
fold. Gordon.
10,000, 7,500 more to play.
Now, the up and down draw might not go away so easily.
Go Suggy. Let's see what the turn card delivers. A high face club would be a slowdown card here.
Check up it.
Flush comes in.
So he finds the straight.
And Suggy will take this down.
Yeah, I think it's going to be checked all the way. This.
It'll have to be with the 4 clubs on board.
Yeah. Alvin sees the bad news. Set of 7s is no good anymore.
Yeah, no, I was going to say this. It's about this moment is where Alvin will tap the table and say, well played. Ever the gentleman.
Absolutely.
He and his brother. Top guys.
Now, Gareth Duncan's not there in seat 4 yet. New player, not well known to us. He's originally born in Cape Town, it says. His favourite player is Daniel Negreanu. His favourite hand is the Robert Volconi. So we'll have to see how he plays. He's been playing since 2009. And he says he's got 2 cashes at the WPT Emperors for around 70k. So
Good for him.
we'll see how he plays as the time goes on.
Top guy. We like you already.
$1,000 to play.
So Gordon Patterson
Raise
under
to
the gun with your hand,
2,500.
Jack 10.
2,500.
Oh, yeah, no, you'll have to play this if I'm watching him.
He did raise it. He didn't limp it in either.
We raise to 7,500. 7,500 to play.
3 bet by Alvin.
Alvin, pocket 7s again.
Yep.
Oh, 7,500.
Rex has joined us. That'll be him in the, we'll call it a salmon-coloured shirt, I think.
Yeah, I think Salmon's a good call for that shirt.
7,500 total. 5,000 more to play.
And Ricky has also joined us.
And we'll call him Salmon.
You know, they're talking about me writing as my favorite man.
You know what they say? I can see why.
So action on Gordon. He folds the Jack 10 to the 3 bet. And Alvin takes down a nice hand.
And Alvin needs to give those 7s back now. That's enough.
And we gave big shout outs to Sandy Kerr before, one of the pioneers originally of broadcasting television in South Africa, along with Mark Collett. And he's been around for a long time. He's been playing poker for 45 years, Gaz.
Played in the, I think it's the Hebrew or Jewish Olympics or something for golf or something. I remember him doing that. I remember him having a pie shop.
Yeah.
What else? He's done lots of stuff, Sandy.
He says he's retired now, and his 2 biggest cashes are both in Tanzania, twice getting $1 million each time.
I recall, I wasn't there, but I recall the stories for sure.
So nice to have Sandy at the feature table. A lot of people started playing poker because of
1,000
it.
to play.
So I was listening back to the stream and I heard you were talking to Mark about Tanzania
Raise to 2,600.
and Stelio.
2,600.
Yes.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Stel won't be here.
Okay. Well,
He is unwell.
Oh,
So,
2,600.
yeah. So rather than the viewers, you know, build no hopes up, I spoke with him myself again and he did tell me that he's not feeling the best of shape and unless it improves, he won't be here for the main event.
Total
Yeah.
2,600,
look at the performance so far
1,600
by the
more.
Tanzanian crew. Mr. Shu
Trained them well, eh?
and Joe Steggers have done extremely well.
I just ran into Joe. I was in the loo. First time I've seen him since he took that one down yesterday, the 40k. So yeah, he was delighted. I remember when Joe was just a cash player, you know,
Awesome.
and his tournament game has come on tremendously, which is a real testament to the hard work he's put in.
Right, so Sandy is involved in a hand. Yeah, he called the raise, pre-flop with the 7-8 suited.
And he's flopped himself a flush draw.
He has indeed. And Gordon Patterson, a gut shot. You can't see Sudgen's cards.
Check up it. Check up it.
He's checked. Sandy going to bet that flush draw. And Sandy's got a big stack, Gary.
6,600 bets.
Yeah, I saw. I asked him if he brought them from home.
6,600 to play.
And he's in our 60-year-old club as well.
Yeah, I don't know if I like him in it though.
6,600.
He's a good oak, Sandy. First thing he did this morning, or this afternoon when I saw him, was gave me his massive bear hug, which is always great to see Sandy. He's just such a great character.
And Sajjan folds his hand, and Sandy takes that down, betting the flush draw.
Easy game.
And Jack Queen showed by
Suggy.
Sajjan.
Yeah, I like playing with Suggy. He's a solid oak as well.
Yeah, and he's always great fun. Him and Nishan were chatting outside.
No
And
blind to people.
Nishan was putting me straight. He's been listening to the stream.
Yeah. So another quick view on the exterior tables. I don't actually have a count, but we're well over 150, I think, from what Mark was saying. And you know, it's a packed house, and you know, late registration goes on for quite a while. And I believe we're going to go into the small house with this tournament. So you can see it's a full house there. If we were to pan that camera to the right, you'd see a similar story the other side as well. So a lot of people in for this little slam. Very, very popular amongst the players. And if you weren't online earlier, it's the same structure as a super high roller, except they're playing for a lot less money.
1,000 to play.
And yeah, that's a little view of them. Let's get back to our feature table. Blinds at 500, 1,000. 1,000 on the big blind ante. And I don't know who's to play. There we go, Sandy, ace-10 suited. We pick up the action with Rex to act. Rex and Ricky, very good friends. So interesting they're sat next to each other. And the 3-bet comes in from Rex with his jacks.
6,300.
Ricky gets out the way.
5,300.
Suggy with the 9-4, they're going, sorry, Gordon with the 9-4. 8-3 for Suggy.
6,300.
Back on Sandy.
I think this is a fair fight. I think Sandy will call it with his stack. He might even consider a 4-bet, but let's see.
No, that's a flat.
So he smooth calls that, and we're going to go to the flop. 2 players. Ace King versus Jack, 64-36 in terms of equity and percentages. And the set of jacks straight out of the gates.
Gut shot for Sandy.
Yeah, you'll struggle to get paid here, Rex. You'll have to check this, hope that somebody hits something. Looks down at his chips, a sure sign he's going to bet.
4,500 bets.
I don't think Sandy wants to pay 4 or 5 for a gut shot. No, they go in the muck. And Rex takes down. That's a monster hand, you know. I think he got max value from the ace-10 hearts there.
I think so. You know, a lot of players, if it wasn't suited, I think he gets rid of the ace-10 pre-flop.
So we're all returning from dinner. There's a myriad of restaurants around here, not as many as the boardwalk, of course, but the diet of a poker player. So that's the subject for the evening. What do you eat when you're playing poker? Now, if you're my slim mate next to me, you're living on fruits and bananas and salads and all that stuff. If you're me, well, I'm over there eating salad, of course, in the spur, and the boys are eating burgers.
I'll believe that, Gaz.
You'd be wrong if you didn't believe me. I had an avocado, bacon, and chicken salad for dinner.
1,000 to play.
But then there's the Rosa's and the Mexican place and the Chinese place, etc. So who brings their own food? Who doesn't bring their own food? What's your favorite food when you're away? Let's have your answers on the stream when you come back. Ace Jack here for Alvin Brooks.
100.
10s for Eugen. Need to see a raise here, Mark.
I think so, Gary. He's got a 3-bet. This can't smooth.
500, 1,000, 1,000 on the big blind ante. What's his stack size?
Three
there?
rates, 6,200.
105, so he's below starting stack, but still very deep.
6,200.
I mean, it's not hard to work out the big blind situation
6,200.
with the 1,000. So he has 99 bigs. That's less the bet that he's just put in. Sorry, that's with the bet that he's just put in taken off already. So that's actual. So I don't think Alvin's going to surrender those chips. No, he'll smooth call this, and 2 ways to the flop.
Thought I was hoping for it.
Over to you, Mark.
Oh,
Let's hear what happens on this flop.
All right, let's have a look now. There's the jack straight away for Alvin. Here's an overcard to him, his jack as well. But 2 overcards to the 10s. The 10's not looking so attractive anymore.
Yes.
He 3-bet pre-flop, so he's got to continue the story.
Bet is 3,500.
It's a very downsized bet,
Four.
and Alvin's not going to go away for 3,500.
Not at all.
Check.
6 no help for the 10s.
No, it's a brick for sure.
And there's only 1 10 as an out for him. Somebody else folded a 10.
Ace on the river would be a good bluff card.
3,500 bets.
Keeping it small, and he's keeping Alvin interested. King on the river.
I'll take the king, he says.
Check.
Check mark for Alvin. It's a good bluff card.
Check.
And they'll check it down, and the money will slide across to Alvin with the jack with the ace kicker.
Ace check.
Little tap of the table. And Gareth Duncan has now joined us. We gave his little intro. Originally born in Cape Town, and what his favourite hand is. So we'll see if he plays the Volconi fairly well when he does get it.
Yeah, he's also getting a yellow card for being late.
He's featuring a sizable timepiece, and you being a person that's into watches would be seeing
Looks like a
that.
bright link from here, but we could we'll have a little look later. Maybe an aviator.
So Eugen Govender will be under the gun. Don't know much about Eugen either, Gary. I don't know if you've played with him
One
much.
of the Govender clan, I suspect.
Yeah, born in Durban.
Yeah, he had to come from down that side of the woods. Don't know if he's related to the Govender boys.
Yeah, favourite player Daniel Negreanu.
1,000 to play.
Favourite hand aces, obviously. It'll be most players' favourite player hand.
Yes.
1,000 to play.
So Rex used to be a full-time player. Now he's got a proper job and a life. So
Ace is 2,500.
his diet's probably improved as well. But Rex is a solid player.
2,500.
One of the players that I would say plays not a pure mathematical game, but it certainly takes a large influence in his decisions.
Raise.
Yeah, and he's a
8,000.
winner of this Little Slam event when it was played at Sun City in 2019. Well, it wasn't called the Little Slam then, it was a freeze-out.
That's correct, yeah.
And he finished first there. Took down 225k, which is his biggest cash.
Very nice too. So the spade draw would be an interesting little flop here, assuming these 2 guys are in. Ace 10 suited, obviously King 4 here. I think Gordon
8,000
may get rid of these, I'm not sure.
Yeah, he's facing a 3-bet again.
Yeah, so although he's in late position, I don't think
more.
it's a call here.
He's looking, he's got to put, he's getting almost 4-1 though.
Yeah,
So that's a factor.
we will see. Fortune may favour the brave. Let's see. So Suggy with his ace 3, and the rest of them looking for spades. So a couple of 5s and a 7.
Check up bets.
Ace 10 of
So
Alvin
that's-
is ahead, but Sajjan 3-bet pre with ace 3 using the D position.
Yeah, no real help for any of the players there. It'd be a cagey
Check a
sort
bet.
of a cagey round of betting here. Yeah, I thought so.
Check up bets.
That
6
brings-
of club brings on straight possibilities, obviously.
yeah, up and down for Gordon now. And a gut shot for Sajjan.
I think if Gordon bets his up and down, he'll get this through.
Bet is 7,000. 7,000.
So betting 7.
7,000 to play.
Oh, he's going to repop it here.
Raise to 16,500.
This is an interesting move by Suggy, yeah?
Very interesting how considering
16,500.
he checked the flop. So it's going to be going through Gordon's mind. What did he 3-bet with that he checked that flop and he's now repopping me?
Yeah, the story doesn't make sense, which is the reason why Gordon's taken a little time to reread the story here.
You know, what would you check on that flop that you can now repop on the turn?
I mean, Suggy's actually bluffing with the best hand here. I don't know that he thinks he has the best hand. I'm not sure.
Well, he got the best hand to fold, which was Alvin.
Call.
All right, Gordon watched him very astutely.
Gordon is
there.
a non-believer.
This makes the river very interesting because the ace-high is winning. If Gordon blanks the river, he has to bet it to win.
Well, he needs a king or a four, basically, doesn't he? Or king and eight.
River 3. There are his outs that are available, taking off the folded ones with 6 outs.
There you go. Binks it on the river.
Binks the king on the river,
Check a bets.
as you called it, Gaz.
Yeah, don't blame me. It wasn't me, Suggy.
Check.
The oracle from Delphi.
Bets.
So Gordon's checked this, and he's saying, "Come on, Suggy, bet me another street just to keep me in."
Yeah, he wants to check call here. He didn't want to bet and then be repopped again.
So the storyline
Better than 1,000.
is the issue here. I mean, all he could be repping, I mean, the fives you could give him are the ace fives. That's the only fives you give him. If you had pocket fives, this hand plays completely differently. So, if you think he's repping something else, what do you think, Mark?
Yeah, this is, I don't know
The 8-9 is a possibility suited.
but he 3-bet pre-flop, and that would be the factor for me. Is
Yeah.
none of those cards on that board make sense for a 3-bet pre-flop.
Well, Gordon is a very astute player because he will sniff this out if he thinks it's wrong.
And if he called the big bet on the turn, the repop on the turn,
He's getting a price. Yep, he
Here we
sniffed it
go.
out.
Call.
let him show. So he just taps the table, shows ace-3, and Gordon will show his hand.
Suggy knows you got there on the river. What's the face? Told you.
Yeah.
Exactly what predicted.
There we go to the outer tables again. Panning out there past the players and back on Rex.
Hit the end and both of you until the river.
So Rex's favorite player is John Juanda. He's also born in Taiwan, is Rex. Same as Wei Ming Lo, good friend of mine. And I often sit there and can't follow the conversation between the two of them.
$1,000 to play.
So Sandiku under the gun with ace jack off suit.
Call.
Lines of 500, 1,000.
Raise to 3,000.
Sandy limped in. Rex
Oh,
has
3,000.
raised it up with a 9-10 suited. Ricky's out the way. Round to Gordon.
Oh,
Gordon folds.
3,000.
Sudgen with a
Call.
small
3,000
of the
to play.
hands has folded out and his stack has been dented quite significantly.
Call.
First look of Gareth Duncan now.
Oh,
And he's
2,000.
called. Alvin Brooks comes along as well.
Call.
And Sandy comes along.
Didn't see Gareth's cards, huh?
No, we didn't.
All diamonds.
And
Ace of diamonds
Alvin,
for Alvin.
yeah, and a jack.
Bets.
Yeah, they don't come much better, the flops for Alvin there.
Bets. Check or bets.
Sandy Adudo ought to take a free card here. And nothing really doing
Better
for Rex.
7,000.
So Gareth is the better, and we're sweating with the rest of the players as we can't see Gareth's cards.
Alvin double checking. Have I got that ace of diamonds?
I'm going to make a prediction. I reckon Gareth's got a pocket pair, 5s, 6s or 7s. That's my prediction.
Sandy gets out the way, Rex gets out the way. So we go to the turn. I was thinking he could have king queen, so we'll see.
Check. Check opets.
This is live, ladies and gentlemen. We have not seen this hand before, trust me.
Continues.
That is 16,000.
Alvin's not going to fold that nut flush draw, and he's got a pair.
Call 16,000.
To the river. And essentially a brick.
Opets.
So if Gareth thought he was winning earlier, he's still winning now, really. I mean, Alvin has some equity here at Showdown, second pair top kicker, although he did miss his flush.
Gareth taking his time here.
No, here comes the ray or the bet.
That is 22,000.
Alvin's almost snapping there, I thought.
Call.
Makes the
Let's
call.
see what his cards are. 7-4.
Oh, none of us saw that one, guys.
No.
7-4 of diamonds was it? Did he flop the? Yeah,
Yep.
he flopped the flush.
Flopped him dead. Well played, young man. You got paid full value. There was Alvin praying for a diamond and Gareth praying for no diamonds.
Yes, absolutely. When you're sitting with 7 high flush, you don't want another diamond to peel off. So our first look at the young man, and he played that hand very well. Got a lot of value out of it. So Rex will be under the gun.
So Rex's favourite player is John Juanda. I mean, he has outlasted the world as well. Eh? He's been
Yeah,
around a
great
long,
player.
long time.
Been around a very long time.
1,000 to play.
I can't believe he supports Liverpool. There's far too many of those people around.
1,000.
There is only one team in the Premiership.
Yeah,
That's
you-
Crystal Palace.
Call.
I think I heard a squeak
1,000
about
space.
Manchester City from somewhere down there. I don't know.
You know, as a United supporter, I'm loath to say anything at the moment.
Oh dear,
Yes,
Elvin Brooks.
3,500.
What's your favourite hand? The winning hand. Good on Elvin.
3,500.
Oh,
Well,
dear.
Gareth Duncan has raised up with the pocket jacks here.
Very nice.
Total 3,500.
Alvin has got out the way. Oh, he's called with 9-2 offsuit. Alrighty, some revenge coming in for the hand, is it?
Well, he's in position, but that's about all he's got going for him. Apart from
Oh,
the
look at
fact
the flop.
he almost flops them all dead.
Opets.
Oh my word.
Check
But
opets.
I think he must have a ESP or something.
Definitely.
7,500.
And there comes the big bet from the
7,500
pocket
to
jacks.
play.
7.5k.
Call 7,500.
Little smooth call here from Alvin.
Yes.
Oh.
Sutton gets out the way. So we go 2 to the turn.
Okay, so the hearts have come in,
Check. Check opets.
and
Check.
the Jack of Hearts is in play now,
They've both checked there.
and no help. So the 9-2 of thing, and that looks like a pretty dry board for Jacks, huh?
Yeah, he's
22,000.
betting it now. And Alvin makes the call.
He just flats him, huh? Yeah, but the hearts, I can understand that.
I can't believe you called me with 9-2 offsuit pre-flop is what's going to be said.
I think there are some benefits to players wearing masks at the table, you know. 'Cause I don't think Gareth was too happy about that.
No.
No.
Your jacks get cracked by 9-2 offsuit and you raised pre-flop. You are not a happy bunny.
So for all the people out there in internet land, we did something different in the break. We stopped the stream, We started with a part 2. Those of you who are listening to this will have already found that out because we're on part 2. But just to explain why we did it, give our equipment a rest, and why run a blank page, you know, or a continuous loop on an advertisement for an hour? It just seems pointless. So we're back, and today's play has been broken into 2 parts. This is your part 2. 500, 1,000. 1,000 on the big blind ante. And Ricky Sandler, sender of pictures folded. Round to Gordon Patterson. They'll go in the muck. Closely followed by Suggy.
Post-analysis with that hand still, at least there's laughter.
That is a proper haircut, Gareth, I've got to tell you.
Yeah, stylish. Alvin with Queen 9 suited. Funnily enough, that's Sandy Quir's favourite hand, Queen 9.
So, interestingly, Alvin Brooks's favourite hand was winning hand any 2 cards, which is what he was referring to on the screen. That will be 9-2 offsuit now, I believe.
Yeah, so pocket jacks for Sandy. He's just flat called the raise.
8-5-7 rainbow.
It's gut shot for Alvin.
These jacks are going around, huh?
They are indeed.
Choco Pets.
It's gone check. 10 has now got an up and down for Alvin.
2 diamonds on board.
Sandy now bets his jacks.
2,500.
And he's not going to get rid of Mr. Brooks on that board.
Fold.
He does. He folds the 9, eh?
I have to wait for that.
Wow.
For that jack.
He actually folded the 9 on that board.
Big blind, sir.
So we move on to the next hand. And Gordon Patterson will be under the gun. Alvin in full cry there, his normal friendly self. One of the friendliest poker players ever. Ever smiling from the first day I met him till now. He's always got a smile. Gordon Patterson, 5-3 offsuit under the gun.
Fold. 1,000 to play. 1,000 to play. Price is 3,500. 3,500.
So Sajjan is called with the Jack-6 offsuit. Round to Gareth. He has raised the 8-6 suited.
2,000 more to play. 2,500 more to play.
Oh, he's just called it. It said raise. The raise came from Alvin Brooks. Eugen is called with the King-Queen. Callers all the way around, so we're going multi-way to the flop here. So there's a bit of everything for everyone. Gareth has flopped big. He's flopped a straight flush draw. And he's got a double belly buster.
11,500. 11,500.
Alvin continues. It's
Fold.
check to him.
11,500. Oh.
Gareth comes along with his monster draw. He's now hit a 6. So he's got a pair along with his draw. Alvin is still in hiding. Eugen folded on the flop.
Check. Choco Pets.
Alvin's going to bet here.
1,000 bets.
Yeah, Alvin's going to continue. He raised pre-flop. He bet the flop. He's betting the turn.
First in 1,000. 10-1.
I still don't think he's getting rid of Gareth with that draw. Alvin making it very expensive here, 21,000. He's saying if you want to catch
Call.
your draw, you're going to pay for it. ace is no help to Gareth.
Check or bet.
It might help Elvin. He's certainly going to bet it.
Check. What's it? Getting check. Action is there. Check or
So
bet.
Elvin bet out a turn there.
Yeah, he thought
Now
the
his
hand
bet
action-
will stand unless Gareth changes the action. So that's the rule. So let's see what happens here. I mean, he knows he's going to bet Elvin, so he may as well just fold these if he's not got a hand. I mean, he's missed his draw, but he's got a pair of sixes, huh?
that's correct.
And let me just tell you, without shadow of a doubt, it wasn't an angle shoot from Elvin.
No, I thought that the hand action of
What's in
Gareth, the way he was doing his chips, looked like a check. So he has now checked. And there comes the bet by Alvin, a small bet. Because he bet 21,000 on the turn. He bets 14,000 on the river.
Because he checked. So this turn, it's a 14,000 pets. Oh,
Oh, he shows a set of fours, does Alvin.
Nice.
Very nice hand.
yes, sir.
So the set of fours of Alvin getting paid nicely.
Yeah.
So if you check, take a check back.
If you bet, you can win bet.
Yes.
Check. He's played out
So while we're waiting for the next hand to be dealt,
and only check.
have a look at a few others. Alvin Brooks' favourite player is Falavi. A lot of the players at the table's favourite player is Daniel Negreanu,
Oh, okay.
which is interesting.
He's still a big favourite of all the poker players out there with all the videos and publicity and vlogs he does on the World Series. It's,
That pair is supposed to stand.
you know,
And
he's
that's
out there in the
big bets
public
and
eye
then-
all the time. So
Yeah, I think it's
No,
the
it can't
average
be-
age of the
you can't
players
be
at the
pressed.
table too. The
Can't be
younger
pressed.
players have different heroes now. The Daniel's a bit of a favourite for the more middle-aged players.
All right. Check or bet.
I love Phil.
All right, 1,000 to play.
He's a narcissist, but I love him.
1,000 to play.
I think he's great. And results speak, eh?
We can
If it
confirm it
wasn't
now.
for luck, I'd win them all, honey.
Yeah.
Favourite quote. And you're married to a psychologist, and he needs one.
Flo.
If it wasn't for luck, bad luck, I'd have no luck at all. I think was what it is.
As well, yeah.
500.
And look at this idiot. He calls me with that. Always runs across to his wife on the rail.
People down there.
But you can't argue this man's bracelets, Gary.
Raise to 5,000.
Back to the
Raise to
action.
5,000.
I was busy watching the stream back.
Raise to 5,000.
Okay. Gary checking
Yeah.
the stream. So Ricky with ace queen, the first
Up
hand
to
he's
5,000.
ventured in to raise with. It's raised to 5,000 after he had a few limpers. Gordon in the big blind to speak next. He gets out the way, so back to Alvin. Suited king 3 of hearts, and if hearts come, he's going to be in a world of pain. And Rex gets rid of his speculative hand. So we're going to go two-way to the flop. Oh, and there are hearts, Gary. Plenty hearts.
There we go. This could be a fruity one.
They both flopped flush draws. Alvin does not want to see a heart.
That would be carnage.
6,000.
Unless it's the jack. And then he's still not getting there. Because Ricky's got the blocker with a king.
Yeah, so he's bet. Ricky is betted. 6,000. He's been called. Oh, there's the
That is
money
the
card.
sickest card of all. The only saving grace is the board is paired.
Action on Ricky.
Alvin could go broke here. The money could actually go in on the same.
Yeah, Alvin's checked him, and I think he's going for a check raise. There we go. Ricky
Cut
puts
to Alvin.
That is 15,500.
15 and a half is the bet. Alvin going to pop it now. Yeah, looks like it,
Raise
Gary.
32,000.
That's a big bet.
That's 31,000, sir.
Back to
One on
Ricky.
32. Yep.
Now, Ricky can only be concerned about the paired board. He's never going to fold here with a nut flush.
He just flats it off.
Okay, we're going to go to the turn card. Only a heart could save me, I think. Oh, it's a jack. It's immaterial, to be honest.
Check or bet? Check.
It's gone check, check because of the paired board. The two of them are both scared of the paired board.
Oh, sick one.
Look at Alvin tapping the table, ever the sport.
He knows he dodged the bullet there. The money could have gone in quite easily if that board hadn't have paired.
That paired board saved him there, Gary.
Small blind, big blind.
So then that forces a I'll stop you from betting. So if you, unless you change the action, if you bet to raise, he can do what he likes. If you check, he has to check. That you would think the advantage is me. Yes. Otherwise, every time I'm gonna just bet out of turn to stop me from that. That's why I think but they might be playing on a different setup.
Sandy just talking about the betting out of turn and why you shouldn't do it. And
Well, he's an old warrior, is Sandy, and he won't be afraid to let people know.
1,000 to play.
it's looking quite trim. He had packed on a few over a few years.
He just gets younger.
Yeah.
1,000 to play.
Top guy, though.
Right, so Eugen is limped in. The 10-8 suited. It's round to Ricky on the button. He hadn't played any hands until that ace-queen, really. He had one call before that.
500 more.
He's out the way. Wooden Patterson in the small blind 10-7, only 500 to call.
Check or raise?
He completes.
Check.
And Sugi checks. He's 5 deuce offsuit, looking for a big blind special flop. And he's found part of it. He's found a gut shot.
Check or bet?
Nothing for anybody else.
Check or bet?
He's going to bet that gut shot, and it's probably enough to get everybody else to fold.
I think they'll all fold now.
1,200.
Yeah, you get out the way, and Gordon will get out the way too. There's nothing there for Gordon.
So King Singh takes it down. The
Yes,
Suggy
buddy.
bird.
No
He's
worries.
going to get a serious workout carrying that chain around, Gary.
He's had it for years, though. Have you seen
Yeah.
the wrist?
Oh, yeah,
Have you seen the wrist bracelets and stuff?
It reminds me of the late Jay Suku. Jays were in solid gold. They
Oh,
were
yeah,
some
yeah.
serious ammo.
Yeah, the Sukus are famous for their jewellery, that's for sure. But they wear it well. They wear it well. So it says, Elvin says only your family are following. He said, we have family in Korea, and I think it's actually his brother's son who works there as a teacher. And he'll, quite often you'll see him come on here and say, watch him from Korea. I think it's
Raise to 3,000.
Harold's son, and it's his nephew. I'll be corrected on that. But
To 3,000. Raise.
It's nice to know that we get viewers from all over.
oh yeah, if you're watching from somewhere outside of South Africa, certainly tell us. If you're just watching from within South Africa, tell us.
So Eugen is raised up with the King Jack suited.
To 3,000.
Sugi is called from the small blind with the K9 hand. K9, doggy hand.
Can I
Gareth
present
Duncan in the big blind. 9-2 is the hand that punished him. He's got out the way. So we go 2-8 to the flop.
What is wrong?
Flop is 9-4-10.
Everyone going.
Well, two of the players hit their nines.
4,000.
Gut shot for Eugen, of course.
4.
He calls. Gareth had folded.
And
Check or
that's not a pretty card to anybody.
Yeah, it slows them both down. 5 doesn't change anything.
Check or bet?
The 9 is still winning.
Bet is 5,000.
Dealers and players in the little slam. The next time you deal the blinds are going to be up. They're going to be 600, 1200, and 1200 on the big line, Angie. That's 6, 12, and 12.
Save your chip, Jürgen. I don't think this is a call. It's a hero call, and it's the wrong one.
That this is a re-entry tournament. You can re-enter as many times as you like. For the first 12 levels, 5,000 will get you 150,000 chips. We'll play it until the end of level 12 this evening.
He makes the call.
12:30. Play will resume tomorrow at 11 a.m. sharp. Cards will be in the air.
Sugi will get plus 16,000.
Obviously a non-believer. Easy when you can see the cards, mate. Don't beat yourself up.
11.
There's a view of the other side of the room for the first time, and as you can see, it's full up there. There's Mr. Tucker, I can see in the background.
Paul Lawrence. I don't play tournaments. Convinced him to come.
There he
Blind
sits.
surge and the blinds are up 6
And Joe, there's Joe de Gouveia sitting there as well. Well known to us. There's Evro from
600,
Schlungerwald now.
1,200.
There's
Yes, he
Wayne Ming Low.
strangled me last
Lines are
night.
up, my buddy.
Evro.
Yeah, he did the same to me earlier. There's Wayne Ming Low as well. So picking out the players there. Tony Simmons is there.
They've got something against
All
you,
the
I tell
who's
you.
who. 600, 1200, 1200 on the big blind ante. Blinds are up.
1,200.
Price of poker's going up. Players still very, very deep. Is our favourite Taiwanese salmon-shirted Rex. Pocket nines for the Ricky.
Call 2,700. 2,700 to
Flat
play.
called with the nines.
So he's off to do a bit of set mining. Gordon with 10-6. He had 10-7 of clubs last hand, I believe.
He did indeed.
10-6 not quite good enough.
The hand before, yeah.
So King Singh with the ace-10. Good old Suggy.
2,700. 2,100 more to play.
Makes the call.
Oh,
Said on his bio he's happily married. And he means it, eh? He loves his wife to death.
more to play.
Look at Alvin saying, okay, I got money there.
Oh,
I'm calling.
2,700. So,
Soldiers in the field.
no worries.
Okay, let's see if anybody's leaving a charmed life here. Pair of 8s and a 5. So 9 still out in front.
Check. Check your bets.
Now, an interesting dynamic here. Rex can represent an 8 better than other people.
7,300.
Because in the culture of the Taiwanese and Chinese people,
7,300.
the 8 is a lucky card. And very rarely you'll find that Asian players will fold an 8 if it's with an ace. Now that might sound a bit crazy, but it's true. I've played a lot of Chinese games.
7,300.
It's a factor.
So now, Rex with the pre-flop raiser. He has continued, and Ricky has called with his nines.
And rightly so.
3 no help to Rex. He has 5 outs at the top of the screen, you can see.
Obviously we know he doesn't have an 8. Looking for paint. Continues the story.
That is 16,600.
Goes heavy now, 16,000.
600.
Now Ricky will recognise there's no overcards on that flop and turn. I mean, he can give him the ace-8s and stuff,
Well
and that's
played.
well played by Rex. But that's a bit of respect from Ricky. They know each other very, very well.
Well played by Rex. Continued the story on the turn. He's also ripping an overpair, a bigger overpair. He was the pre-flop raiser. Could have jacks or queens in that spot.
And oh, a P.S. His favourite hand is 9-8 suited.
So Sandy Cool will be out under the gun player.
2 to play. 1,200 to play.
Quick folds.
1,200.
Sandy and Rex. Round to Ricky. Pocket sevens this time. See if they can fare better for him than the nines did. This time he's the
Wait,
pre-flop aggressor.
3,500. 3,500.
So Ricky picks up another pocket pair, huh?
Yeah, 2 in a row, nines, and then
3,
sevens
5.
now.
3,500 to
Got any
play.
callers yet?
2,900 more to play.
Alvin will call.
He will get a caller here, for sure.
2,900 more
This
to
is
play.
very, very much in Mr. Brooks's wheelhouse.
Call.
Makes the call.
So
And
we-
Eugen's out the way.
Two to the flop, Ricky and Elvin. Not a bad flop for Elvin.
Check.
Middle pair with a straight draw.
As you see, Ricky's a real dog in his hand, 10% now. Only got 2 outs available to him. He's going to continue the story.
That is 3,700. 3,700. Call.
So a little bit of a low ball bet there. Easily called by Elvin. Elvin's got a bit of skin in the game here, and second pair.
In the straight draw.
They're looking for that 10.
Check or pets. Check. Check or pets.
Now Ricky's got to decide whether he's going to continue.
With 1 card to come, Ricky's 2 cards now at 6%.
10,500.
10-5 into 16-8.
Call.
Pots at 37,800. And there's your 10.
Now Mr. Brooks
Check up,
has the nuts.
Check. Check.
The river
check,
has
check.
delivered again. What a sick game. Got there, as they say. He got there.
Yeah, he was ahead all the way after the flop.
So Eugen is our short stack.
And then Sugi, just a little bit
Big
more,
blind, sir.
66, and then everybody else well over the 100k.
Sandy flying, eh?
Yeah, Sandy's flying nice.
But he's got game, Sandy, you know. Us old people, we can still play. We just have to have the chance, and we have to beg and steal from our grandchildren and our children to buy us in, you know.
Raid the piggy banks.
What do you want the money for? I can go play poker. Yeah, that'll be right. Okay, Rex is under the gun, right of screen. There we go. That's a fold. Jack 5 out of position. Ricky with the A7 will probably get rid of those as well. So
1,200.
round to Gordon. We haven't really had a
1,200.
hasn't really had a lot to shout about. Him and Suggy get rid of their cards.
1,200.
There we go. I don't know how many players you got as customers. Let's see.
3,000.
Alvin will oblige.
Call 3,000.
He has obliged most raisers.
1,800 more to play.
Cracked the jacks last time with 9 deuce.
Call.
Floppy's 9 jack 7.
Check up it. Check. Check up it. That is 8,000. Oh,
Queens continue.
8,000.
Alvin's out the way. And Sandy with his pocket 4s will fold as well. Right, so Ricky's our under the gun player.
1,200 to play.
It's an interesting table, this. I quite like it. There's lots of different
2,700
dynamics going on. There's lots of friendships and acquaintances and some business partnerships in the past. There's a blend of old and new, different cultures, different ends of the countries. It's a real sort of myriad and cosmopolitan table. I enjoy it very, very much.
Yeah, very entertaining, Gary.
Yeah, I mean, Suggy, I mean, he's a top man. I enjoy him very much. Gareth I've played with a little bit, and quite an accomplished young man. Elvin, of course, the only real person I've never played with, I think, is Eugen Govender. But he seems to be able to handle himself. He's nursing what can be perceived as a short stack, but in actual fact, he's doing very well. He's still quite deep. He just happens to have a couple of big chips rather than any small chips. So it creates that impression.
Yeah, so the 3-bet by Sugi there with the ace-10, it takes down that hand.
And the best hand will win.
So we'll move on to the next hand. So Gordon Patterson under the gun, 4-3 off. Not much to play with.
1,200 to play. Fold. 1,200.
Sugi, ace-9.
Every hand he's had an ace. Do you know that? It's like he's just keeping them.
2,700.
Sandy.
2,700.
Oh, that's Joe behind there, isn't it?
That's Joe de Gouveia.
Yeah.
Oh, 2,700.
Top class man as well.
Yeah, I don't know him that well. I know him, say hello to. Nice fella.
He just joined the 60 club as well.
I saw his missus earlier.
1,500 more.
His ex-missus.
Well,
Maria,
yeah, ex-missus, I suppose. Yeah.
She also just joined the 60 club. I shouldn't say that about the lady.
No,
but
no.
the three of us always joke we have a birthdays within a month of one another. So that we all friends from a long time ago.
Yes, sir.
So we're going to the flop here. There's no help for anybody. So ace-9 is still ahead of Sugi's. But it's check to Gareth, and he's going to use the position.
Fold.
Yeah, Ricky folds.
6,500.
It's whether Sugi believes now or not. He's got nothing to really call with. It's only if he's a non-believer and he thinks his ace-high is good. He gets rid of it. And Gareth as well, they're just using the position. He had the betting lead when they both checked him. Played his position and took down the hand.
Big blind.
Thanks.
There's a shot to the outer tables again. We're picking up a lot of the players out there. There's Mr. JP Oaks sporting the jacket.
No blind, sir.
Thank you.
1,200. 1,200. Fold. 1,200.
Fold it all the way around to Eugen.
1,200 to play.
He just limps in. Pocket sixes. Set mining. Round to Rex on the button.
3,500.
He'll raise. Raising the button with King 9 suited. Ricky with 7-8 suited in the small blind.
He's getting rid of that. He's off for a
Folds
wonder.
that.
So now 3,500.
Wouldn't nothing to defend the big blind with.
Fold. 3,500. Call.
So Eugen makes the call.
I'm thinking 300.
So 2 to the flop, 2 overs to the pocket pair.
Coming to wish me luck.
So only one card overcard to the sixes.
Where is 5,000?
Eugen bets first. Rex has only got running hearts, and he's going to make the call.
That's a pretty snappy call.
Yeah, he's looking to find something on the turn to continue with. And he finds it.
Yep.
Check up it.
Now it's checked. It's gone check, check. 10 doesn't change anything.
Check up it.
So now Eugen has to decide, does he continue here now? And he's Rex going to
5,000.
call him. He calls bet small.
Four.
Yeah, King Queen gets there, but the 9's going to be good here.
Rex floated the flop and found the line on the turn. And to new players, they'll say, but how can he call that flop? He didn't hit anything. He's playing. He was the pre-flop aggressor. He's got position. He's got backdoor hearts. He's got an overcard. So with the price that he got, he'll see one more card. Just as an explanation to newer players and to newer viewers. So Gareth Duncan will be our under the gun player. Played very well since he joined us on this feature table.
1,200 to play. 1,200 to play.
Holds the junk hand.
Mr. Elvin with his chips all nicely lined up there in
1,200.
nice patterns. That's a disease, you know.
1,002.
Quick folds. Round to Rex. He's folded. Ricky's out the way. Round to Gordon.
Who has a pocket pair? Something to work with at last in
Yeah.
the small blind.
Blind on blind. It's going to be less believed
3,000.
when he does raise.
Raise to 3,000 total.
Yeah, Suggy would be reluctant to give up anything here.
Yeah, he's
He
calling.
likes to protect his big blind, which is fair enough. He's got suited 10-2. It's good enough for David Bronson, it's good enough for him. Queen 3, Ace 2 hearts.
Yeah, that's a tough board for
Check.
Gordon to
Look at
continue on. He checks.
Check.
Sugi checks behind.
Check up it.
8, still another overcard to
Two
the
red
5.
flushes on board.
Check up it.
Gordon's checked again, so Sugi now going to bluff this.
That takes a bit of art, yeah.
4,500.
Wait
That's
till I get to that step.
He bets 4,500.
That should get him through, no?
Yeah, he does. Sugi can't show them those. So by defending, and the flop was checked, he said, if you check to me twice, I'm betting. So Alvin will be under the gun.
$1,200 to play. Well, big black. Oh, sorry, man.
So Alvin under the gun. Gets rid of that.
No worries, buddy.
Eugen folds.
1,200. Raise to 6,000.
Sandy Quir raises to 6,000 with the ace-10.
6,000.
Round to Rex. It's folded. Ricky has folded. It's up to Gordon Patterson. He
6,000.
folds. So the action's all the way around
Total
to
6,000. Call.
to Gareth, who makes the call. With the ace-9 suited, so it's ace-10 versus ace-9. Queen, queen 5, no help for either player on that flop. There are split possibilities for Gareth. A 5 would split the pot and a 9 he'd win it outright. Ace-10 is still ahead.
It's been a while since we've seen Sandy in the pot.
Yeah, he checks. Sandy checks behind. 6
Double
doesn't
bet.
change anything. Brings more split possibilities for Gareth.
Indeed it does.
Check.
Checked again to Sandy.
Check a bet. That is 10,000. 10,000 to play.
So Gareth actually bet 10,000 is what we're hearing now. Showed up first that he checked. Sandy re-raises. That is nice, strong play by Sandy there. And quick fold by Gareth. Well played, Sandy. Sniffed that one out, re-popped it and took down the hand.
There's life in the old dog yet, eh?
That was good, strong play by Sandy.
Yeah,
Yes.
well played, Tony. Well played. Good man. Nice to watch.
Yeah, that was good poker. Gareth had a stab at it on the turn. Sandy took his time, re-popped it, took down the hand. With the best hand, of course. Sandy actually had the best hand when he re-popped.
Small blind, big blind.
So Eugen under the gun. Queen 7 off.
1,200 to play.
That's into the muck.
1,200.
Sandy looks down. King Jack suited. So having not played a few hands, he's now
Call.
finding a few in a
1,200.
row. He's raised that up, I'm sure. Oh, he's just limped in, has he? Yeah, he's limped in. Gordon Patterson with ace-4 suited. The
1,200.
Gordy of old would have raised. He's going to look at Sandy's limp and probably limp as well.
Raise to
Oh,
4,000.
no, he raises it. He's
4,000.
still going to play the way he always did.
Fold. 4,000.
Alvin, 6-5 in the big blind. There's soldiers in the field.
Call.
Will
Total
protect him.
4,000.
Sandy asking what Gordon's stack is. Sandy makes the
Call.
call, so we go 3-way to the flop.
All big cards apart from the 6, 2 spades.
Yeah, so everybody's found a
Check a
piece
bet.
of it. Alvin's found bottom pair, Sandy middle pair.
And Gordon with the big boy.
Yeah,
a bet.
Gordon with the 1, the number 1. And Gordy was the
alpha.
pre-flop aggressor.
I mean, to be honest, this could go bet fold fold.
That is 4,000.
I mean, Sandy might be a
4,000
bit
to play.
sticky with his jack. Let's see.
Call.
Alvin decides he's hanging around with his 6.
Cool.
I think the call by Alvin gets rid of Sandy quickly.
Yeah, for sure. He'll put him on some sort of draw or an ace, maybe.
Oh, look at that.
Check a bet.
Alvin finds 2 pair on the turn.
Check. Check a bet.
But it has brought a hard draw for Gordon as well. So it's an action card.
Yeah, 12 outs for Gordon.
So Gordon's going to increase the
8,000
size of the
bet.
bet.
8,000.
Alvin now has 2 pair.
Raise to 16,000.
And he re-raises immediately. His bet 8,000, raised to 16. But for a min click there, I think Gordon's coming along with his nut flush draw.
It's not beyond the realms of possibility that he actually raises here.
Yeah, that's also there. 4 bet is there as well.
He's sitting with top pair and a nut flush draw. It's quite possible.
Call.
Makes the call.
A smooth call, leaving here some equity. And that's the bingo card.
Yeah, the nut flush.
Check a bet.
There is no hand beating when he
16,000.
knows it. Alvin won't see the flush. We're going to bet it. 16,000.
16,000 to play.
Woody will take his time now.
53 in the pot. If he's going to extract some, he needs to put. Well, I'd be betting half pot here. I've got to be honest. I'd be about 26, 27.
Yeah, well, he's already bet 16 by Alvin.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So he's got to bet. He's got to call that. Min click it's a 32. So yeah, maybe it's a pot size coming.
Yeah, maybe 40, 45. With Gordon, he's taking his time. He's got the nuts. I mean, he knows he's got the nuts. Here comes the raise. Raise call.
Yes, sir.
45 looks like.
45,000.
It's 45,000.
He betted 16.
And he snap called him.
Snap called.
He betted 16.
I said around
Raised to
40, 45, and it's exactly what Gordy bet, and
Correct.
he got paid.
Shots.
Nice, well played by Gordon.
He's actually due a hand because he's not at the best of luck.
45.
Sandy catching up on the action. So Sandy will be under the gun.
Seriously, when I looked at the water at the end, I was trying to work out what you had with.
Yeah, it is Jack. That's what he had.
Change being called. Sandy under the gun. Blind sorted out. Action on Sandy. Folds.
1,200.
Showing the right etiquette to the game. He waited until the dealer was cleared and finished doing everything he needed to do, even though he knew he was folding, and then he put his cards in the back. So action on Gordon after he picked up that nice pot.
1,200 to play.
10-6 is into the muck.
Raise to
Sugi comes in
5,500.
from cutoff, raising it up.
5,500.
Gets past the button, around to Alvin.
Call. 5,500.
Alvin Queen Jack. Eugen's into the muck. So we go two-way to the flop, and Alvin has Sugi dominated, yeah?
He does indeed. Queen 9. Well, that's Sandy's favourite hand, I believe we saw.
Yeah, that we did. And there's the queen for
bets.
both players.
Make it juicy.
11,000 bets.
Alvin bets it straight away.
Looks like he's having none of it by the look of it.
Oh,
Just flats it.
You're not concerned.
Ace will slow things down.
That is the put the brakes on card.
And the card that Sugi can represent when if Alvin checks to him.
11,000 bets.
Yeah. Alvin checked. Sugi bets. And Sugi gets it through. Well played, Sugi. Vishal and Pillay, well known to us. Go Ricky, Rix, and Ricky about to tear it up. Shout out to Pushalan. So Sandy Poor on the top, 317, Ricky 282, Gareth 201, Gordon Patterson moved up nicely, 157. Your stacks at the bottom, 42.6 Eugen, and Alvin taking a few punches down to 80.
So 13 minutes to go on the level. And just to update you, there were actually 145 entries and there's 131 still left.
Wow.
So yeah, that's not too bad. And it's not the end of the re-registration period yet. So
Yeah, that ends sometime tomorrow, Gary.
yeah, I actually don't know. I can find out, but I actually don't know when the end of registration is.
I think it's 12 levels. I can check, I've got a sheet here. Just need to extend the arms.
Check you with a sheet. You're obviously important.
That's what took me so long. Not when I'm
1,200.
Yeah, 12 levels of registration. So
One, two.
that'll be into tomorrow sometime.
Oh. 1, 2. Raise to 4,500.
So Sugi is raised up with the 6-5 suited
Oh, 4,500.
from the
All
hijack.
in.
Eugen comes along with the pocket threes. Oh, he's moved all in. He's moved all in with the pocket threes. Short stacked.
53,500.
Says
All
I've
in.
got a pair. I must.
He's been waiting
Make a move
patiently, to
now.
be fair.
Yes, sir.
Sandy Quir's out the way. Rex is folded. Ricky is folded. Gordon Patterson's folds back to Sugi, and he raised a 6-5 speculative hand. It's way too much to call. He'll just take the appropriate amount of time and folds.
Well done, young sir.
So there we go. MJP Little Slam Day 1, Part 2, post dinner. There's the outer room. You can see all the players out there. We've mentioned a whole lot of them. We gave Mr. Paul Lawrence his shout out. Gary twisted his arm to be here. We see the back of Joey, Tegavea, Evro. He's out there as well.
I saw Fabian Depe earlier.
Yes,
as well.
we
He's
saw
here.
him as well. And
Had his head shaved.
Vishal Gorbin's out there as well. Saw him too.
1,200.
Previously from
1,200.
Mauritius, I believe. Vishal.
Possibly, I don't actually know.
Oh,
Quick folds
1,200
round.
to play.
Action on Gareth. He's folded. Alvin folds. Oh,
600
blind
more
on
to
blind. Sandy versus
Six
Rex.
more.
7-6 suited.
Check or raise.
He just limps in. Rex has Jack 7. He checks. 7 on the flop would make it interesting.
2 clubs for Sandy.
And a Jack for Rex. So
So-
it is interesting.
Both of them got a piece.
1,200. That's
How often do these blind on blind battles become so intense, Gary?
Yeah, because it's purely chance cards, and they've already been forced to bet, you know. But you're right; it's invariably a head-banging contest.
We say don't go broke in the blinds.
So the straight comes on board.
Jack is good. But Sandy's going to rip it.
6,500.
Don't think that's enough to get rid of Rex. I think you'll sniff this one. Let's get the angle on Rex. Oh, he's got rid of him.
Sandy showing a few moves here.
And Rex, as I said, was doing the math there.
Away, bruh. Give me, boss. Yes. Yeah. Oh, you weren't here when they were saying it.
So we move on to the next hand. Sugi will. Gordon is under the gun. That's just the ante in front of him, not a blind.
It must be the air down there or something. It's the water. It's the water. We don't have water.
They ripped into youngster about KZN.
One C.
Gordon
1,200.
follows those quickly.
1,200.
Sugi's into the muck.
1,200.
Gareth folds.
1,200.
Alvin out the way. Eugen out the way. So Sandy on the button.
Good old Jack 10.
Great, so 3,600.
3,600 to go. Round to Ricky Sandler.
Ooh.
Ricky will fold as well. 9-6 off.
Yeah.
Gave up the big blind easily there.
Good balance, eh?
And Sandy takes that down from him. He just steadily chips up, Gary. He keeps building on that stack. Pulls a few moves every now and again that players don't expect.
No worries.
Oh, he's a wise old fox. He is a wise one.
45 years playing the game.
But the phone, no, phone.
So Sugi under the gun.
Okay, so basically the problem is that your device, it interferes with the...
6 deuce.
Yes.
This will be a quick fold. Round to Gareth.
Well, you'll use it in the next, what, 40 or 45
King
minutes?
deuce
15 minutes?
folds. Alvin folds.
1,200 to play.
Sugan. Yeah, Eugen with 7-5 suited is limped in.
I like those cards.
I would fancy a raise from there, but he's just limped in.
Suited one gappers.
Action on Ricky.
Sorry.
He completes.
Sorry, man. Check or raise.
Pocket nines for Gordon though.
Yep, he's going nowhere.
Raise. 4,500 on top. Total 5,700. 4,500 on top. Total 5,700.
So he's raised it up to 4.5. Gets rid of Eugen. Ricky might become a little stickier, thinking Gordon's just raising the big blind. No, he gets rid of the Jack 9, respect. And Gordon take down the hand. Shows the pocket nines, shows I wasn't just making a move from the big blind. And we'll move on to the next hand.
I don't want somebody to reprogram my game. The players are rigged.
So we'll clear this hand and move on to the next hand. I was having a good chat there on the table. Alvin and Sandy and Gareth joining in, the youngster.
1,200.
Gareth folds.
Didn't get to see his cards. Elvin with 8-4 here. Elvin with 84,000 now. He took a few hits there.
He took a good few knocks.
I mean, that flush on flush was a big hand as well.
Yeah, and he could have lost his whole stack there, Gary.
Yeah, I think you're right.
1,200.
He came to the table with 128,000, so he's only lost 44,000. Considering the hands he's had,
Still a chunk of change though for what he came with.
yeah, a third of his stack.
1,200 to play. 600 more.
He folds. It's round to
Call.
go.
Check or raise.
He completes and Sugi
Check.
just checks.
4 to the flop. 2 hearts.
Check or bet. Actions here. You check.
Gordon checks. It's gone round to Alvin. He's hit the 4. He checks. Sandy, who's, yeah, it's pocket 6s.
6,500 bets.
Yeah, percentages change immediately.
Fold. 6,500.
He'll get rid of 2 players quite smart. Alvin might become stickier because he's hit. He's tended to be that way.
It's one of those hands where it looks like you've got a draw,
He
but you haven't
folds.
really got a draw.
Ask and you shall see.
No, I don't want to see. Because once I see, if I see, I know.
That was so good.
Sandy shows the 6s. Alvin taps the table.
The thing about betting or showing is that you're never going to play 2 hands the same. Not enough fun, you might have the fun. That's why I watch a lot of poker golf. And it's like guys are playing against the same people all the time and stuff like that. They pretty much know the ranges. And they refuse to tell them or show.
So a lot of chatter on the table, which is always interesting.
Over this period of time. Maybe over a long period of time.
Oh, a long period, certainly.
Alvin under the gun.
You guys ever watch Gareth Duncan?
Yeah, it's very good.
That like it. He's got good there.
10-5 offsuit. 10-5 suited. He folds. There's the outer tables, and we pan back to here. Round to the players.
Where's the
There's
2,500?
He limps in after Alvin folded.
Re-raise.
So Yugen limps in. It's on action on Sandy.
So 8,600. 8,000.
Sandy is raised with the pocket rockets, Gary.
Yeah, they're not too bad, are they?
Either-
Oh, here we go. There's a problem. Cooler time.
Yeah. Ricky's going to 3-bet this for sure.
Sandy will be licking his lips. 2 big stacks as well.
Call.
He
Oh, well,
flat-
sneaky,
600.
sneaky.
Total 8,600. Fold.
Now he's flatting there to trap. He doesn't think he's behind.
No, that's what I'm saying. Sneaky, sneaky.
Action is on Yugen. He limped in.
Well, Gareth Duncan, but I'm pretty sure we'll
So
fold it there.
action is on Yugen to call. He limped in pre-flop
Yeah,
Fold.
that's the right move, sir.
and he folds. So 2 to the flop.
You like to play at the rubbish. Besides my
9 King 10.
So Ricky didn't want to see that king.
No gut shot for him though.
Dealers and players in the little slam. The next time you deal, blinds are going to be 1,000 and 1,500 in the big line. 1 and 1,500 and a 1,500 ante.
10,000 bet keeps Ricky in.
Now playing level 9 out of 12 re-entry levels. Just a reminder that you can
5 no help for
re-enter
Ricky.
re-enter as many times as you like.
15,000 bets.
Until level 12.
Sandy
1
makes it
million
15, I
rand
believe.
guaranteed prize pool.
Only the king is saving Ricky here.
15,000 to play.
So to call 15 to 63.
Yeah. And it's a gut shot.
Gut shot and 1 overcard only to his queens.
This is going to be a sick river. No.
No sick river.
Check.
Sandy checks.
Bet.
Well, we might think that he's going for some value here.
Check.
No, Ricky checks behind. Shows him the aces. Ricky show him. No.
Next same plans
They
are
got
up.
good value out of his
1,000,
aces there.
1,500. With the 1,500 NC. This, which hand? I haven't put underhand.
So the blinds are up this hand.
Now, buddy. They're up now. Aye? Bradley. 1,000, 1,500. And 1,500 for the NC. Away, bruh.
So the blinds are up. 1,000, 1,500, 1,500 on the big blind ante.
Yeah, how's this guy? On recorded TV. Please, don't like me so much.
Has there been a part on the last stream? Right? Is that what you call it?
Sorry, guys.
So Eugen under the gun, 9-10 suited. He's been limping these suited cards in and then having to fold to raises for most of the feature table.
Oh, 1,500.
There's Samuel Clark in the background. He was.
1,500.
It doesn't look like Sammy Clark
No,
to
no.
me.
That was in the previous shot.
He's put on a bit of weight if it is.
1,500.
That's why I'm looking all of here.
It's folded round. Move away to Gareth. He folds. And no, there's a walk for
There's
Mr.
a
Brooks.
thing. There's a thing.
And he had an ace.
A unique appearance of the walk.
I've seen players beg for walks and they look down and they've got aces after they get given a walk. Oh, goodness gracious. Short stack, begging for the walk, get the walk and they find rockets.
Go, Glenn. So 1.5, 1.5.
I remember a hand where I actually had aces and I was asking for the walk. And I convinced the player next to me that I had nothing, but I wanted a walk, and he went all in.
You sly old doggy.
Yeah, I won't tell you who it was because it's not right on there, but yeah.
Did he give you some choice language, did he?
Apparently I'm a bit of an angle shooter.
Aha. Well, when is an angle shooting and when is it just using
I
the
don't
deception of the game?
I don't
It's
know.
a fine line, isn't it?
They're
Raise to 4,000.
selective when it comes to that sort of stuff. Jack 9 here for
4,000.
Ricky. Raised. No, cool. I know he's raised 4,500.
4,000 to play.
Folded round to Gareth, 6-4 suited.
Like this. Yeah,
On
I
the
like
button.
that call.
4,000.
Yeah, he's got position.
I don't know if Elvin's going to get involved here in the small. No. Big blind gets out of the way also, I think. Yep. So we got a bit of action here.
Two-way.
The dealer, and that's
Oh,
a
wow.
flop, eh?
Wow. He's flopped the flush again. He flopped the flush with 7-4 of diamonds earlier and got paid by Elvin. And he's flopped the flush with 6-4 and a redraw to a straight flush.
And notwithstanding the fact there's a gut shot for Ricky here.
35,000.
And Ricky's betting it because he was the pre-flop aggressor.
Call.
Smooth call.
Check up
King, no help to Ricky. And there's no help for Ricky, full stop. The check mark is
No,
there.
he's drawing dead. Yeah. He can't win the hand.
There's nothing further to hang him, should I say.
Every chip he puts in the middle now, he's just burning.
10,500. 10,500.
Is this the point where Gareth now pops it up?
Looks like it. Or is it?
Yeah, there's the
Raise.
raise.
25,500. 15,000 more. It's a call. Total 25,500.
There's nothing for Ricky to call with. It's out the way. And young Gareth picks up another nice hand, flopping the flush again.
Did very well.
It's nice when you flop flushes though, Gary.
True. I can't remember the last time that happened.
And have players betting into you.
Yeah, must
There's
be
a
like
shot to the outer room. There's Big Davy Ralph doing a sterling job.
Davy Rolfe, better known as the Eclipse. And Dobby's sporting one of his trendy jackets.
There's Chad. Is that Matt Fish Murgatroyd at the back there?
He's getting paperwork done on that table. So it looks like Ralston and Tutu Rusin on that table. And Elton Chin.
That does look like Matt Fish Murgatroyd at the back there.
He's there. I spoke with him earlier.
Speaking to Ahmed and to Lauren. And to Anton.
$72 offsuit for Mr. X in the muck.
1-5 supreme.
Folded round by Ricky. Round to Gordon.
Queen Jack offsuit.
Raise to 4,000. 4,000.
So Gordon has raised it up.
Up to 4,000 total.
4,000 is the raise from Gordon.
You know you raise my big blind every time. Hey, I only want to go incidental.
Sandy's having a little pop about his big blind getting raised.
Action on Sandy. With Queen 10. I think he's defending that.
Yeah, for sure. Soldiers in the field here for Mr. Gore.
So he'll make the call. So two players to the flop with a raise to 4,000.
Six, eight, two spades.
Queen Jack still ahead.
Check up beds.
Gordon will
That is
continue.
3,000.
Gordon's a big Queen fan, eh?
Yep.
Loves Queen.
Bohemian Rhapsody, his favorite song. It was the great privilege of watching Queen live when they were in South Africa all those years back.
That must have been awesome. I've never been.
Front row seats, 1984.
South Africa didn't exist then.
Took an Volkswagen to get there, Gary.
Yeah. It was just a big black blob on the map.
Yeah.
You in Area 51 in Nevada don't exist, in North Korea, of course.
So Gordy takes that hand down. So Ricky Sandler will be our under the gun player.
Okay, hand number 34 of our second session at the feature table here at the beautiful Times Square Casino and the Maslow Hotel. And big shout out to the staff here at Times Square, and also the Sunbet staff, and on to the sponsors.
Cool.
Back to the
1,500.
action. Mr. Sandler with a suited Jack 3.
1-5.
It's folded around.
1-5.
Suggy folds around to Gareth. Also going to fold this. Gareth folds.
1,500.
Elvin folds.
Eugen is limped in from the button. Round to Rex. He has checked his option.
6-6 ace. And Eugen's picked up the ace. 2 pair. Not a very desirable kicker, but he's miles ahead. Look at the percentages on the other 2 players. They've got to go runner, runner.
What did we say?
Bet.
3,000.
And Rex makes the call to make the move. He's going to rep that 6.
Pass, please.
He repopped it straight away, eh?
Yep.
I don't know. It was Rex just posting his small blind. He gave up the hand.
Okay, cool.
That was the confusion. We putting chips in and we didn't hear the dealer announce. Yeah, the only way he was calling me was if he was setting up a move. So we'll move to the next hand. Gordon under the gun, absent from the table.
Eh? No. I'm just. So Rick is saying he prefers to be the one giving out the change. Then he's
So we
giving
move
me
to
15,000
Sujin.
for the
Sugi.
change. That's what I'm laughing at.
He folds.
1-5 to play. Conversation.
On to Gareth. 9-7 suited.
1-5 to play.
The Persian carpet.
Raise to 3,500. 3,500.
And Gary will explain why that is called the
3,500.
Persian carpet.
The magic.
The magic Persian carpet. There we go.
It's the magic carpet. And that's Vandiani's favourite hand. And as he comes from the land of Iran, and that's where they make the carpets. The best carpets in the world, by the way. Well, the mats, the rugs.
That's a pretty good flop for 9-7. And you'll bet it.
36,000.
There's nothing there for Eugen. Back doors only. And he'll get rid of it. So the magic carpet ride continues. So Gareth takes down that hand with a 9-7. Incidentally, that is young Ronnie DeSantos' favourite hand. So Gordon has rejoined the table in time for his big blind.
So, hand 36 of the second session. Suggy with the old Queen 9. That's come out a few times tonight.
Incidentally, not to Sandy, whose favourite hand it is.
Yeah.
1,500.
And nor has Gareth found his favourite Queen 10. Although it's been out there to a few other players.
So Elvin with a raggy ace, mid position, they'll go in the muck.
1-5. All in.
That's the baby.
There we go, all in with the ace king.
All in.
I have to have something pretty good, like at least ace 4.
And he'll pick up the blinds and the antes.
Gets himself a free rotation.
He's looking for a double up. He's saying, I need to see all 5 cards with my stack. If somebody finds something, then I can flip for it. Or if I'm dominating the ace, queen, ace, jack, maybe I'll get a double up.
Yeah.
Awufundi.
So Gareth will be our under the gun player. You're going to have a little glance across at that timing screen, see how many entries we've had, Gaz, and our time for the next break, etc.
I'll ask my mate Love to sort it out in a second. I think we're probably not even halfway through the session yet.
And there's Tony Simmons in the background. There's
1-5 to
Mark
play.
Joseph and Big Davy Ralph. Nice to see Tony here. Doesn't play many tournaments anymore.
Raise to 4,200. 4-2.
Quick folds after Alvin raised.
4,200 total.
Round to Gordy. King 6 in the small.
I think this table is acts quite quickly. There's not a lot of tanking going on unless it's a reasonably big hand. So it's got a nice bit of flow to it.
Yeah, it makes for good viewing and good dynamics because that long tanking, if you have two players like that on the table, it really does burn up the time.
Indeed it does.
Slows things down. Your hand rates go down, the action goes down, etc.
I saw when you showed that 2-9, you only wanted to show the 2, but you didn't want to show the 5. Everyone thought
Maybe like an ace 2 or something.
Yeah, exactly. Or quads or something, whatever.
Because they had a suited ace. It wasn't even suited. Oh.
1,500.
Alvin, 8-6 off under the gun.
You're not the strongest of holdings early in the hand.
Raise to 4,500.
Hasn't played a hand for a while, guys.
4,500.
Yeah, it just feels like getting frisky there. Cashing his reputation a bit.
4,500.
Gets a raggedy ace to fold. Gordon out the way. Sugi out the way. Only the big blind to beat now. Okay, I think he'll defend.
4,500.
These two players have been going a little at one another. So a little history there. Friendly, but history.
Not much happening there.
It's not a good flop for King 9 suited, so Alvin checks behind. I thought if he continued, he'd take it down. He picks up the double belly buster now.
He does indeed.
Check.
Checks behind.
Check.
Oh, there's the king on the river for Gareth.
Check.
And that'll be all she wrote, I
5,500.
think.
Yeah, and Alvin's going to bet at the wrong time now. Yeah. Call beat his bet into the pot. I think if Alvin bet any street before that, he was getting it through.
Yep.
He waited too long.
And that is the snap call of the evening.
Yeah. His chips beat Alvin's in. Alvin announced and jum, the chips were in there already. So watching back on the stream there, Gary, it looks really decent.
Sorry?
Said watching back on the stream from half an hour ago, the pictures look lovely. No stuttering, no anything. Touch wood, don't jinx it.
Yeah, it's going well.
Oh,
So there's quick folds round to Rex. He folds. Ricky with ace jack in the hijack.
raise to 3,700.
If it was me, I would be calling. Yep.
Call. 3,700.
It's just one of those unexpected hands.
played too long together, him and I.
Ooh.
I told him to concede that hand against each other. Never. Yeah.
3,700.
Helping all their protectors big blind here, I think.
700.
He snapped me. I thought I was dead.
Cool.
He comes along.
You don't want to see any diamonds, that's for sure.
Yeah, the diamonds would hurt Gordon.
King of diamonds, queen of clubs,
Check up it.
four of spades.
So only a gut shot for Ricky.
Yep. And his high card is ahead
Check up
here.
it. See?
Check to Gordon. Checked all the way around. Another king doesn't change anything.
Check up it.
Checks again.
$5,200.
Nothing for any of the other players to call with here.
5,200.
Wait half an hour, can I check on the stream what he's got? Pay him now, you can see.
Yeah, immediately.
Thank you, Gareth.
So the update is 157 entries, 130 players still in, and we have 23 minutes to run on the level.
I didn't call you an aces.
And our next break is when, Gaz?
Pardon me?
You didn't see when the next break was?
It's at the end of this level, yeah.
Oh,
that's
okay.
it.
Sorry, I didn't pick that up. It'll be a short break.
$1,500 to play.
Sandy folds under the gun. Rex folds.
1,500.
Ricky ace-8 now into the muck. Too early, Gordy's out the way. Oh, is he? 5-3 suited in the hijack. Gonna get a little frisky, is he?
Raise to 3,500.
Yeah, raised to 3,500. Gets rid of Sujun. Gets rid of Gareth.
3,500.
Small blind Elvin's out the way. Eugen in the big.
Cool.
Makes the call with pocket blinds. Flat calls. Flop comes Queen 6-10. 2 overcards to the nines. He checks. Action on Gordy.
Bet.
You need to continue. If you're going to raise 5-3, you need to continue if you miss.
One of the events at Sun City, it'll be a
2.5.
mystery event. Send through your chip counts right now to the number advertised.
So
All
2,500.
those that get sent through now will go into a draw. All chip counts that get sent through to Jade right now will go into a draw for a mystery prize at the Sunbet Sun City event.
So Eugen makes the call. Was a non-believer.
No phone.
The 7 brings a gut
phone
shot
on the
now
table.
for Gordon. 3 outs only, the
Check
way he
up
comes in
ahead.
the hand. Unless he bluffs
Check
him
up
off
ahead.
it.
That's more white paper.
Now, Eugen's been a tight player,
Yeah.
so when he check calls Gordon,
Check.
slows Gordon down. 7 doesn't change anything. The 9s are good.
Check a bet. Not on the table, gentlemen. Please move away from the table and then you can. Bet is 10,000. Fold.
So the pocket 9s take that hand down. Eugen gets a welcome pot. And 44,700 at the bottom there. Ricky at 309. Sandy still sitting comfortably, 288. Gareth's chipped up nicely.
Small blind B
I'm
play.
trying to remember the big hand that Sandy, that Ricky won.
He won with a flush over the flush against Alvin.
Yeah, it's probably the one that gave him the chip lead.
And then he's picked up a few hands in between, little bits, because he lost to the queens to the aces of Sandy. So it wasn't one single hand, it was a lot of little hands he's been taking down.
Okay. See what Rex's offerings are here. Suited Queen 6, early position. Suspect this might hit the muck.
Does so. Ricky King 9, folds, Gordon,
Fold. 1,500.
folds, Sugi,
$1,500 play.
just limps in. Gareth on the cutoff, ace 8,
Raise to
he
3,500.
raises.
On with the sunglasses. Very Alvin Pile.
Oh, 3,500.
Sandy's out the way, back to Sugi, he makes the call.
Ten, 5, 2 diamonds.
Check a bets.
No help for Gareth.
Sogi's sitting on.
Check a bets.
He does find an 8
Check a bet.
now.
3 diamonds on board.
Bet is 5,000. Cool.
Snap call.
Got to put Sogi on his draw. Well, one of the straights gets
Check a
it.
bet.
Chip accounts to Gaten, she's not helping. Please send them through to Chad. There's a card at your table with his number.
Sugi now coming out betting.
There's a card at your table with Chad's number for the chip counts. There's a WhatsApp card at each table. If you don't have the
10,500.
number, please put up your hand and we'll give it to you.
Call.
Makes the call with the 8. Let's see what Sugi had.
Curious. What has he got? We get the overhead shot there, guys. 4-6.
6-4.
They hit the 6 on the river.
6-4 of diamonds, so he made the
That was
flush
the
on
flush.
the turn.
What's the diamonds?
So nice hand by Sugi.
Small blind sir.
You spoke about Alvin Pile when you said that Gareth's putting on the sunglasses like him. I caught up with him and had a chat about his Super Irola. Said he played well. He said, yeah, I did everything well except for that one limped hand against Ben Cade when I had the 5-4 and he had the 4-2 and he flopped the straight. He says, I burnt a few too many chips in that hand.
Been plenty. Did he cash? I can't remember.
Yes, he did. So it was a good result by Alvin.
9-7 suited.
1,500.
Mr. Ricky Sandler. It's out of the way, round to Gordon. Also folds.
Just where the chips are, you have to buy a lot more of
Gareth's quickly into the muck as well. Getting later position now, Alvin with a suited king.
I fancy a piece of this.
1,500 to play. Cool.
Some people say it's nice to see that
Looks like he's just lumped in.
Sugar raise.
it's a bit of a pain for the
And Sandy and Rex have checked.
All hearts, eh?
Yeah, so we don't know if Sandy's the only one holding a heart. The other two don't.
I think we'll find out.
Sugar bet.
Nothing for Rex. Alvin has hit the 5. And he's got the king now, but it brings the flush. Sandy mucks his card, so he doesn't have a heart. Rex checks, and
Alvin bets to take this down.
He doesn't need to bet though. He's got 2 pair.
He'll have to bet to. Well, yeah, I suppose. He
He's
doesn't
got
have
showdown
to bet.
value with 2 pair.
You're right.
Why risk it? If a guy calls you with a baby heart or what, any hero heart, you know.
I get it.
So speculative limp with King 5. Alvin picks up the pot. So Gordon will be under the gun.
That's why I'm never in front of him.
What has Gordon got this time? Queen 9. The now getting famous Queen 9.
1-5.
Just because we mentioned that it was Sandy's favourite hand, it has appeared often.
1-5.
You probably wouldn't have noticed if we hadn't mentioned it.
You remember you telling me that in Carnival with Robert Volgoni?
That's it. Now you know, you'll see it all the time. It's like a car, you know, unless you're going to buy one like that, you never see them. And then you subliminally see them all the time.
So raised here by the pocket deuces.
Raise to 4,000.
Folds around to Eugen.
We haven't seen anybody nail it with pocket twos in this event. So that should be good.
4,000.
Sandy has made the call on the button. Here comes the 3 bet.
15,500.
Correct.
15,500. Re-raise.
With the ace 3 suited. Good strong
11,500.
play. He's
more
got
to
an ace
play.
blocker. There was no repop by Sandy, so he's putting the squeeze on.
I love the way Suggy stares him down.
Yeah.
Oh,
And he gets rid of it.
It's almost like, I'll give you this one.
15,500 total.
Fancy folding the best hand.
Around to Sandy on the button.
Yeah, he'll fold it.
He also knows what Drix is up to, so he's like, do I make a play back at him again? Do I just flat this? Or do I just
I
fold?
think his hand's just a bit too weak in terms of the kicker. Maybe if it's suited, give a little bit more equity. But you know, you never know. Maybe he doesn't like getting pushed around and he's going to push somebody else around. And he comes back over the top, that would be class. Easy when you can see the cards on up.
Very easy, Gary. Very, very easy. And he folds.
Yep, I thought so.
I think it was always going to be a fold there.
Yeah, it's a difficult one for him.
He contemplated it, but his holdings were just a little too weak in case he did get called.
Live to fight another day and pick a better spot.
Sometimes we travel with teams, but we more have an entire league. So you know, if you're traveling,
Big line recording.
Were you with Gary?
No, that was Gary's before my time.
Okay, hand number 44. 3-2 suited for Sucky.
1-5.
I'm not talking about Big Gary and the night. That's the one that needs to yell. Yeah, exactly.
1-5.
Gareth with a 6-3 into the muck. King 10. I like to play these. I think Alvin in mid position will come along here.
1-5.
I don't know a lot of nations and that kind of.
Just under 10 minutes to go on the
Check
level.
raise.
Ricky calls with his offsuit connectors. Gordon Patterson with the Queen 8 checks. And we'll go to the flop. So defended, a flat call on the big blind. Completion from the small blind. Just a limp from Alvin. 6 Jack 9.
Two. 2,200 bets.
Well, Alvin's hand is the best at the moment. Others looking to develop a hand. Martin de Kock says Ricky for the W. I'm assuming that's the win. So 2,200 bet by Ricky Sandler. Queen 8 calls, and King 10 is also in. Board pairs up with the 6, no help to any of the 3 players in the hand. Up and down for Ricky still.
$4,500. Oh. 4,500. So.
I like this move by Gordon. Ricky calls it off and doesn't improve. So Gordon's queen plays here. Pair of 6s, pair of 9s, and a queen kicker.
That is 11,000.
So this is one of those that you just can't call. And it goes into the muck. Okay, so a little close-up view there of the outer tables. The lovely Deborah, who's itching to come deal on the feature table again, but that's not our decision, that's tournament directing staff. So we've got about 157 in, there's about 131 left. And our blinds are 10,015, 15 on the big blind ante. And this is just a super well attended tournament.
Small blind, big blind.
So Gareth will be under the gun, 220,000 in holdings.
$1.5 to play.
Jack 5 for Alvin, they'll be in the muck straight away. Hugo with the King 6 decides to come along.
1.5. Raise.
Rex raises up with the Ace King.
4,500.
Ricky with 7-2, they'll head straight to the muck.
4,500. 3,500 more.
We can't see Gordon's cards. King Sing, Jack 6 into the trash. 3,000 more to cover for Eugen, and Eugen's been very cautious. Let's see. He decides to come along. He will be out of position for the hand. Let's have a look at the flop.
Check a bet. $5,200 bets.
So 2 clubs and a 5 on the flop. Ace King out in front. Yeah, that's better. It's a check by Eugen.
So Rex deciding what size he should see bet here. The option, oh, there he has, and there we go.
Thanks, Rex. Appreciate it. Rex, look at the vlog.
I've just come from the outside tables there, guys. It is buzzing out there. The excitement is palpable in the air. There's a lot of noise, a lot of thing, a lot of action. Packed room.
Nice. It was always going to be well attended. 3 weekdays. And I believe we're back for 11 o'clock in the morning. To be confirmed, but I believe that is the case.
Yeah, I don't think we're going too late tonight because they've got, they still want a few levels of re-entry before re-entry tomorrow, before they cut off the re-entry, should I say.
You said you had a plan, I should tell you.
1-5.
It just says 12 levels. It doesn't say
1,500.
how many levels they're playing today. It's just the basic plan of the tournament. It just says that the Little Slam has 12 levels of re-entry.
Okay. So Eugen's picked up his aces here.
1,500.
And it looks like he's flat called.
Raise to 4,500. 4,500.
Waiting for a razor behind. He's found one in Gordon. Gareth might decide to defend his big blind.
4,500.
He might decide to raise his big blinds. Gordon raising the 4-5 in front of me. He's got a fold, I suppose. But that'll take us round to
3,000
Eugen.
more.
Who could spring the trap or just flat it off. Depends what his intentions are.
$10,000. Full.
Yeah, that's a quick fold from Gordon.
He's been tight at the table, and if he limps in and then suddenly raises, you know.
Yep, that's what exactly what Gordon said. He didn't raise. He must have something.
So Eugen will be now under the gun. Got a little bit of value for the aces, not much.
Now we've got 2 minutes to run the level, so I'll let you finish the level, Mark. I'm going to get some names and chips, etc.
For our next table. Perhaps find out how many levels we're playing tonight.
1,500 to play. 1-5.
So 10-9 for Ricky in the hijack. Let's go with that. Round to Gordon. Jack 6 suit.
Raise to 3,500. 3,500.
So Gordon is limped in. He raised. I don't think Gordon limps in. Gordon
7.5
raises when
more.
he comes into a pot. Rightly so. Jack 3 of Alvin in the big. They're suited.
Call.
So he will defend. So the two suited jacks going up against one another.
Got it? No worries. Shots.
So 2 to the flop.
Yep.
The flop is Queen 4-7. No, none of the suits that the two players are playing. Only backdoor clubs for Alvin. Jack 6 slightly ahead here. Alvin has checked. Action is on Gordon. He checks behind. The 3 on the turn now puts Alvin ahead. Gives Gordon a gut shot. He checks behind. Oh, there's a lot of spades out there. So the check mark goes to Alvin. It's gone check, check. And Alvin will show the Jack 3, and the Jack 3 is good.
How do you go with that, man?
How do you raise with shit? She's on a big blind. What do you expect?
Almost my favorite player, man.
Oh, the head of what he does.
Dealers and players in the middle stand now going on a 15-minute break. I'll leave the hand on, and you're going on a 15-minute break.
That should have
In
been the
our
last
scorecode,
one.
So there comes the announcement. This is the last hand before a 15-minute break, and then we're getting quite a colourful table coming in. I've got a little preview of the players that are going to be in. It's going to be fun, so come and join us after the break, and you will see an interesting feature table. There's Moon Khan in the background, like a lot of the players that we know.
1-5.
Take back my favorite player.
Gordon with 7 deuce and the hijack. He lets go of that. Sugi folds that. Actions round to Gareth. Going to raise the button, try and take down the last hand. He knows players don't want to get involved.
3,500.
Alvin's out the way. Yugen defense. Got ace king suited. Surprisingly, he didn't 3-bet pre-flop there. I would have fancied a 3-bet there because he's let Gareth in here, and Gareth has got a gut shot and there's nothing for the ace king. And if he checks and Gareth bets this like he will, there's not much for the ace king to call. Check, check. Well, it's played out. The guys didn't bring the flop cam up, so now the queen has been found on the river. He makes the Euro call with ace king and sees the bad news that the queen got him on the river. So that is the last hand of this feature table. When you join us back, we will have a very interesting table coming in, and join us in 15 minutes time.
Welcome to
Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say it's for the die-hard fans, or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game. Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. We all love sports, but for some of us, it never stops. With just about any sport you can think of, that's an amazing selection of betting games. The action is always at your fingertips. Sign up at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say it's for the die-hard fans, or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game. Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. We all love sports, but for some of us, it never stops. With just about any sport you can think of, that's an amazing selection of betting games. The action is always at your fingertips. Sign up at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say it's for the die-hard fans, or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game. Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. We all love sports, but for some of us, it never stops. With just about any sport you can think of, that's an amazing selection of betting games. The action is always at your fingertips. Sign up at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say it's for the die-hard fans, or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game. Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. We all love sports, but for some of us, it never stops. With just about any sport you can think of, plus an amazing selection of betting games, the action is always at your fingertips. Sign up at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say it's for the die-hard fans, or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game. Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. We all love sports, but for some of us, it never stops. With just about any sport you can think of, plus an amazing selection of betting games, the action is always at your fingertips. Sign up at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say it's for the die-hard fans, or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game. Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. We all love sports, but for some of us, it never stops. With just about any sport you can think of, plus an amazing selection of betting games, the action is always at your fingertips. Sign up at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say it's for the die-hard fans, or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game. Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. We all love sports, but for some of us, it never stops. With just about any sport you can think of, plus an amazing selection of betting games, the action is always at your fingertips. Sign up at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say it's for the die-hard fans, or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game. Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. We all love sports, but for some of us, it never stops. With just about any sport you can think of, plus an amazing selection of betting games, the action is always at your fingertips. Sign up at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say it's for the die-hard fans, or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game. Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. We all love sports, but for some of us, it never stops. With just about any sport you can think of, plus an amazing selection of betting games, the action is always at your fingertips. Sign up at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say it's for the die-hard fans, or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game. Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. We all love sports, but for some of us, it never stops. With just about any sport you can think of, plus an amazing selection of betting games, the action is always at your fingertips. Sign up at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say it's for the die-hard fans, or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game. Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. We all love sports, but for some of us, it never stops. With just about any sport you can think of, plus an amazing selection of betting games, the action is always at your fingertips. Sign up at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say it's for the die-hard fans, or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game. Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. We all love sports, but for some of us, it never stops. With just about any sport you can think of, plus an amazing selection of betting games, the action is always at your fingertips. Sign up at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say it's for the die-hard fans, or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game. Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. We all love sports, but for some of us, it never stops. With just about any sport you can think of, plus an amazing selection of betting games, the action is always at your fingertips. Sign up at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say it's for the die-hard fans, or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for anyone who loves the beautiful game. Get your bet on at sunbet.co.za. We all love sports, but for some of us, it never stops. With just about any sport you can think of, plus an amazing selection of betting games, the action is always at your fingertips. Sign up at sunbet.co.za. Who is Sunbet for, you ask? Some say it's for the die-hard fans, or those who love to analyze the facts. Some claim it's perfect for the weekend warrior. Personally, I say it's for
Welcome
anyone.
back to the lovely Times Square Casino for the Sunbet Tour. This is the Little Slam, day 4 of the poker tour and day 1 of the Little Slam. 150k starting stack for 5k buy-in. Same structure as the Super High Roller, the Grand Slam. So blinds are 1,000, 2,000 with the 2,000 big blind ante. And we've got a new feature table for you. I'm going to run through the players. So, in seat number 1, Paul Rolson. On the button, he will be 106,000.
Well, thank you, sir.
In seat 2, Tony De Silva, 142,500. In seat 4, Elmin Aspelling, 98,000. In seat 5, Martin Maroon, 179,000. In seat 6, Tutu Rousson, 205,550. In seat 7, Sean Khalil, 248,000. And in seat 9, Elton Chen, 287,500. So a very interesting table that we've got. A nice mix of players.
I mean, I'm missing the source of my double-ups to solve all the mistakes I made.
Tutu, well known to a lot of the players. Elton, of course, as well. We've seen previously Paul Rolson, never quiet and shy.
He
His
was literally
sidekick
like my
Dominic
sugar
Black.
daddy after all the
Normally
mistakes I
him
made.
and him having quite a loud little tete-a-tete. And Gordon Patterson making up the third amigo. So the flop is 3-10-3. You can't see.
2,000.
There we go. Tony's head folded because he's not at the table. So Martin Maroon
Check.
finds an 8 on the turn. He had the flush draw when she c-bet into him. So the action is on Elmin, deciding what to do. It's gone check, check. The river is a blank for Elmin. Martin gets a check mark and he checks it down and shows the winning hand.
Understand my pain at my 6-3 fold on the D, the first hand of the TV table. Hopefully they got a great big close-up of me going, oh.
So there are the chip counts of this table.
Can't see his lips. People can read lip read.
Shout out to my Instagram followers.
So we're waiting for Tony De Silva to still join us.
Tutu's running his own Twitch stream right here.
Well, so it's a 30-minute delay, so in 30 minutes I'll post the link to the live stream.
Okay, 2,000 to play.
So the action on 2-2. Pocket 7s.
Raise up to 5,000.
Sean Khalil with pocket jacks
12,000.
has 3-bet to 12,000. That is the late
12.
Kevi Khalil, our
12,000.
favorite player of many years. Brother.
10,000 more.
Tony De Silva is not at the table. Martin Maroon gets out the way. Back to 2-2. Having been 3-bet, he calls to see the flop. Martin Maroon was out the way, so 2-way to the flop. 9-5-5. A fairly decent flop for pocket jacks.
We'll take it, he says.
Fold.
Tutu gets out of the way. Sean will show his thing. I must just say, Sean Khalil is an extremely hairy man. He is. I'll tell him to his face, but I mean, he is a very hairy man. Talking of hairy men, look at Tutu's new afro. He looks so sharp, eh?
Yeah, looking sharp there.
Ninja assassin over there. Martin glaring at us from beneath his mask.
So Martin Maroon, our old campaigner, and welcome to the feature table. Paul Rolston, will be the life and soul, I'm sure. And Elton Chin, bottom right of your picture, is probably on his second or third lap on the feature table this series. So no stranger to being up here on the stage.
Absolutely.
Okay, so there's the back of Elton Chin. He's next to act. And we've said quite a bit about Elton, but a solid player to boot, huh?
Yeah, very solid player.
Do you?
2000.
Sorry, sir. That was
No problem.
I
So
misjudged the
full
weight.
has folded.
1000 more. No problem.
It's round. Almina's completed on the button.
Raise.
Martin raises with the ace queen suited from the small blind. Tutu's quickly out the way. Almin limped in from the button with
14
the
total.
ace 5 suited. Although she knows. Looks like she raised the button and he's repopped. We'll catch up with the action there.
Well,
And she gets out the way. And he shows the ace queen suited. And Martin will take down that hand. Old campaigner Martin, well known to all the poker players.
So I don't normally read people's bios out, but for Ralston I'll make an exception. I normally just take snippets, but Paul Ralston, the nickname The Hat or Dodgy Cam. And if you follow his channel Dodgy Cam on YouTube, he does lots of reviews and he's actually quite entertaining. Relationships, it's complicated. Favorite hand, Jack 7, 10, 5, 10, 8, everything. How long have you been playing poker? 2006. That's the year, not how long he's been playing. Biggest cash was Carnival. He said he won 70k. I don't believe it for a minute. Favorite song, anything by Rush. He was a massive fan of Rush. His brother was heavily involved in that. Occupation, writer, and I cannot read that out on the air, but it is true.
2000.
And favorite pre-tournament meal was lamentation of my something women. Okay, I can't read the rest of this apart from the fact he likes Stevie Wonder. Oh, Ralston, he's going to be a handful on this table, trust me.
He's a real character, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Ever present with that black hat of his?
The fedora. Okay, so 2 to the flop. There's the 9 for 2-2.
Jack for Sean Khalil in the big blind.
4000.
So blind on blind, yeah. 2 bets the second pair. Sean snaps him off with a jack.
Another heart on board. That queen becomes a little more valuable.
8000. Fold.
And he folds it though. He gets shown the jack.
Wow.
So Tutu had a lot of outs there, but he elected to fold on the turn.
The Applebrook knots, also known as a hand that will cost you a lot of chips trying to win with it until it doesn't.
So we'll move on to the next hand.
Ralston under the gun, the hat, gets to make a decision.
So Paul Ralston under the gun.
2000 to play.
Don't judge me, Gary.
2000.
Like Ralston's talking to me on the microphone now.
Yeah.
Jack 2 for 2-2. They'll be in the muck. Round to Sean.
Sorry. Raise up to 7.
7,000 is the raise.
5 more.
Elton with the suited ace 6. It might be a little bit heavy there. 11k in the pot. He decides he's going to come along.
Top.
Defend his big blind. And speculative raise of the small to try and steal the big. And 2 hearts come tumbling down there for Elton Chin. Sean's going to continue the story.
7000.
Same size bet, so he's pricing him in, that's for sure. 23 in the pot. Elton's quite capable of raising this.
Absolutely, with a nut flush draw. He elects to pop it now.
Up to 17
Yeah,
and a half.
thought so. And that'll just put Sean off the scent. It'll do a little bit of TV time, maybe. Oh, is he? No, he's
He
gonna
gets
come
sticky on
along.
those draws. He's got a gut shot. He's
Yeah,
not
I
folding.
can see, but
It's proper money.
maybe we'll see. See if he's the wise man.
Double bet. Double bet.
Checks the turn.
So Elton's got to be putting on a queen here.
Now, having re-raised the flop, Alton must continue here on the turn.
28,000. 28.
Yeah, I think
Too
that ends the
expensive.
hand. That'll end it.
Betting Elton.
Nicely played, Alton. I see two shout-outs there. Shay Bethel, haven't seen him for ages. Hello, Uncle Chess. Him and his brother Jade, we used to play together a lot. And Mr. S, hey Mark, nice to you again. Also played in the same school as Shay Bethel and his brother Jade.
Oh well.
Are we all shy? Let's have a
Good to see
sing-along.
that you guys are watching the stream.
Where are you watching though?
Yeah, give us a shout out. Where are you watching from? I know, they're both from Benoni.
So let's have a sing-along on the TV table. See what they do.
I don't go to Benoni. I haven't got my vaccinations for up there.
Sing some Lady Gaga. What would really, really, really just sort of cause the maximum disruption?
Hello.
Right, so Tony De Silva still hasn't joined the table.
2,000 to play. 2,000.
Martin raised it up with the
Raise.
King Queen,
Up to
did he?
6.
Yeah.
6,000.
There's a repop here.
More.
No, it's a raise. It was a flat call and a raise.
Flat call and a raise.
4,000 more. Call. Call more.
Alston comes along.
Call.
There's a metal card protect on the back of those cards, I
Yeah, I
think.
saw it. So I'm going to change the deck in a minute. So
Flop is 996.
Double bet.
Ralston checks.
Check. Double bet. Double bet.
It's checked all the way around on the flop. 5 on the turn.
Check.
It's checked again to 2-2. It was the pre-flop raiser, so you'll now bet.
10. 8. 8,000. 8.
Bets 8,000. We know Martin Maroon has got nothing to fight with on that board.
Call.
But Ralston, it's
8,000.
in his range from the big blind to be have hit that flop. The river delivers the ace for
Check.
2-2.
Double bet. 11,000.
the pot, 11 the bet, third of the pot. I wonder why we're not seeing his cards.
Doesn't matter whether you've got it or not. Great river.
Fold.
Full of fold there. We don't see his cards, but based on the speech, I think the ace was the nail in the coffin, so to speak. On the
Yeah, I think the ace finished it off.
Okay.
Worst card I could have seen on the river.
Panning to the outer tables there.
No, I
Caught
had
up with
pocket,
quite a few players in the break.
and I don't think you had anything at all.
Very busy out there still.
That was my. I mean, I might be entirely wrong, but I don't think you had. You'll find out in a minute. I probably will,
Paul extracting information if he can.
but I mean, from my perspective, the worst possible river. It You've done that super well. This is real TV table stuff. I think they're terrified that I will say something entirely inappropriate, and that's a perfectly fair. It's a perfectly fair fear to have.
Philip just sorting the cards.
I gotta say, that was not the slickest I've ever seen. I mean, no disrespect, but that was. That's not going in the
Paul
in the
giving the
trailer.
dealer
That's
some
not going
stick
in the promo reel.
about how he screwed the deck.
for this.
Oh my word, he is on top form.
Oh, 2-2-2-2.
He is holding court, Gaz.
As usual.
I don't know. I suspect any other card on the river and maybe pay you off.
Just put in two for him.
It is. I mean, it is an absolutely. We got change. Who's got change?
Something's up.
Requesting change.
Thank you.
For the
No,
absent
no.
player. Almin will be under the gun player.
Man, the way the condition he was in, he might think the break's only been 5 minutes so far.
2000
All
to play.
gone home to sleep.
Queen 10.
Sorry? 10. Raise up to 10.
She
10,000.
raises it up to 10,000. There's 5x
Elmin from Uppington.
originally. I believe she lives up here now.
Been playing poker for 3 years.
If I tell you,
Psychologist.
How many hands have you
Sat
played?
with Ralston.
2, 3, 4,
Poignant.
5, 6, 7. I've had
Oh,
a 3
goodness.
in my hand 5 times in the last 7.
She gets that through. It was a big
One
raise,
time,
5x.
2 of them.
And the big blind was vacant.
And then 2-2 may or 2-2 had Schrodinger's ace. Schrodinger's ace. That's what he had. Schrodinger's ace.
Oh, Tutu's a Swazilander, eh? That's where he was born. I didn't know that.
Yeah, me
It's like
neither.
there's nothing but 3s in the deck for
I've
me.
always known him since I started playing poker being up here in Joburg.
And yet not one on the board when I needed it.
Occupation
2000
unemployed.
to play.
That's code, I'm sure.
I don't know. Does anybody know what the situation with the RF is and me taking my
2000?
cards? It shouldn't affect it, should it? Oh, did they?
So
That sucks.
action is now on Elton.
Well, it's an RF signal, radio frequency signal. The cards have got RF. The cards are RF, and this is an RF reader,
Raise.
so they're
Up to
getting
6.5.
our cards from.
Elton
6-5.
raises it. While Ralston explains to everyone how the table works.
I was actually quite intrigued to find out.
Re-raise up to 17.5. All in.
I mean, is not afraid to put those chips across the table, huh?
No, not at all. From the big blind.
All in.
We can't see Ralston's cards again.
He's got check moment.
Yeah, he's got a lot of metal on that wrist, Bradley's pointing out.
Best case scenario, we're racing. Yeah, let's just give me a call. I think it's irrelevant to me.
Yeah.
50, 60, 70. Yeah.
82. 82,000 all in.
So there's the all-in count. And Ralston gets rid of his hand.
Close.
Shows her pocket sixes. She shows him ace 10.
Not really, but I have to.
I wouldn't have shown that ace 10 there
Huh?
because she repped something way, way bigger. She may get looked up next
Nice
time.
hand.
But she's taking the chips in.
Yeah.
Take the metal off the table. When you move the cards, you put them in the middle. Or just give them a quick spike across.
I have been, but I've taken the. I had a corner.
I changed the deck because we didn't see any of your cards. And there's nothing wrong with the reader. We've been used to all day. So
Okay.
it must be all the metal in your arms.
Nice hand on me.
2000, 1000.
No, it's all good. I just realised that I was using a coin as a card protector, so I've just taken that off. It might have been that.
Right, so we move on to the next hand. Gary went out there to
2000.
discuss with Mr. Ralston his plenty metal objects that he's putting over our readers.
I think I should have called you there, truth.
Action is on Elton. Ace Jack suited this time.
No, I mean, given my chip stack, I put 17 in.
Raise up to 5.5. 5.5. 5.5 total.
So Elton has raised it up.
Re-raise.
It's round
Up
to
to
Almin.
11.
She's now re-raising again.
11,000.
I like this lady,
It's a min click this time.
5.5.
but I like her. She's active. She's not afraid to play her cards. Where's the action?
Action is background on Elton.
Where's Elton? There
There
he is.
he is. He makes the call. It was a min click. He's got a suited ace. No cards are a mystery because she's got them in front of the box.
Chalo bet.
He's flop top pair.
Chalo bet.
She checks it. So that's the reason we're not picking her cards up. Elton checked his jack. She checks again.
Hello. Put your card in the box, mate. Thank you. $7,000.
Elton now makes the bet with his top pair on the board. Can't see the lady's
Raise.
cards. She raises it. Now she's checked two streets to him when he bets the turn. She re-popped him.
Yeah, he'd be struggling to work out what's going on here. I mean, it's a little unorthodox. But as I say, I like her style.
Look at the puzzled look on Elton's face. Look at this.
As I said, he's going to be confused here. Because this is not following a standard pattern.
No, is she playing aces or kings like that? Did she flop a set of jacks? You know, he's got to try and work this out. You know, it's hard to put her on a set of jacks when he's holding a jack as well. Is possible. Does happen and hurts you.
Elton maximising his TV time.
Elton in the tank here, deep. Mandela in the background there, Gareth Khalil.
Yeah, they're having a party in the corner there.
Indeed he is.
With Jason, there, you can see Jason to his right. Elton is struggling to work this one out.
The trouble is the way the hand's played, he has no idea.
All in.
So he's all in.
He moves all in.
Let's click across to Almin.
Okay, call.
All in call.
Okay, let's go to the top.
Wow.
Pocket aces. That's what I said.
Wow.
Played it like aces, kings, or setter jacks. And she checked it twice to him, Gary.
Elton dead to a jack.
Yeah. She played that very well.
100.
Checked it to him twice, let him hang himself.
80, 90, 100,000 all. Yep.
So we go to the river. Good luck to both players.
Yeah, total 100. Yeah.
For those of you watching at home, this hand started before the last break when Almin smashed a bluff into Elton's face. Wow.
We don't need to commentate. Young Ralston is
That
helping
isn't
us
just
out.
that hand, is it, Elton? That's the...
Well
This
played,
wasn't
young lady.
just
Well
about
played.
what Elton had,
Extremely
this
well
was about
played.
What she did to him before the break.
Checking it
About
twice.
what he just saw her do to me with the ace-10. Lucky brother.
How about a well played, Paul, to the
Nice
young
hand,
lady?
Almin.
There you go. That's better.
Kind of
There
set
we
that
go.
up
Get your manners in order.
your bluff with the fours.
So
and
Craig
that
Behringer,
ace-10 chip
better
on
known
me
as the
now.
tennis coach, he says, I don't play the game anymore, but it's fun to watch the guys I used to play with, and he gives you a shout out there. He says the downside with Mark and Gary commentating is the field has lost two seriously good players, and we don't get to watch the master play Jack 10.
Get the beatbox out.
Oh dear. Thanks, Craigie.
Thanks, Craigie, calling us two.
Haven't seen
Good
you for a long
players.
time, brother.
Calling us two good players, seriously good players, really? Okay.
And just the
Yeah, he's talking about somebody else, not us.
Adam Koor came, a shout out for Sandy, who was on the feature table earlier. Let's go, Sandy. And Martin de
say
Kock,
that?
who is a
Oh, dear.
professional photographer. This is an amazing street. Dig the new tech and close-ups. Also nice to see familiar faces on the feature table. Best presenters.
I'm
And
saying
he's a
to that
professional
hand about
movie maker, not just photographer, cameraman, etc.
Did you see the
And does all
fours
these
before
reality
break?
shows and things like that.
Okay. Paul Ralston with the ace king here.
Okay, raise.
Seems that the reduction in metal content around
Up to
his cards has
5.5.
done the trick. It's like a Faraday cage over there.
You weren't here for the fours,
5.5.
were you?
5,500.
But you heard about them.
Sit one.
What?
So,
So we go 2-8 to the flop. 2-2 looking for a jack only as an out. Ace king well in front here. On check, check.
sugar bet.
Queen brings straights out for 2-2.
Sugar bet.
Ace king.
5 doesn't change anything. Ace king.
Thing is, too,
Miles
in that
ahead.
situation, I know that you can be checking to smash me because you know I'm c-betting so often. I just don't.
If Paul
I don't
Ralston
wanna-
ever
I
asks
don't
me if
wanna
he
get
can
re-raised
commentate,
with
just
a
tell
c-bet
me I'm
naked.
mad. I'll say yes. I'll have a headache to end all
That's the
headaches.
first time Ace King's actually. I think that's the first time Ace King's actually worked
Oh
for
goodness,
me,
guys.
and it didn't
Would
exactly
you get a
work,
word
it
in
just
edgeways?
didn't get me into as much trouble as it could
Paul
have.
and I are good friends.
I gave.
I don't know what it says on his T-shirt, but it says something about being unsupervised.
With an Ace King 3-barrel against. I think he had something ridiculous like a 9. But you know. I don't know. Was he? Did they tell you they could see my cards this time? Can they see my cards? Are they talking to you?
Devin certain.
Have you got comms with them though,
Paul
right?
inquiring if we are seeing his cards now. They're talking to me. Is to the dealer.
Brad, tell him we can see his cards
2000.
through Phil, please.
Go. Okay. Raise up to 5-5. They said they can see your cards.
He's told him
I
now.
was going to say, it's rude to be laughing at whatever Gary's saying about me without telling me how he's insulting me.
5-1.
I would never insult you, Paul.
Right, the flop is Jack 3 Queen.
Sugar bet.
It's a little gutty here for Paul.
Bottom pair for
15,000.
Sean.
Fold.
He bets the bottom pair and
Believe
takes
you
the
this
hand down.
time. Should have believed you last time. You bet saved me making the C bet and giving you more chips.
His Yorkshire twang has come back over the 2 years he's been away from the pandemic. I can pick it up being an Englishman. I can pick out the Yorkshire twang.
The one thing that TV hands can't show you, well, you know all this stuff you see on YouTube, you won't believe this amazing call, you won't believe this amazing fold. The one thing those clips can't show you is the whole history of those guys at that table. For however long they've been playing together, for however long they've been playing together in their history, it can't show you the context of, you know, of how you showed him that incredible bluff, setting up this moment. All you see is
2000 to play.
the last act of the drama.
2000.
Ralston giving us good commentary on the hand that
I
played
didn't
out.
see any point in talking, quite frankly.
Absolutely. So,
Shadow raise.
folded round to Sean. He's completed, has he? Yeah. Alton has checked his options, blind on blind.
He's hit to 2.
Checks it.
The 2 is still ahead.
Check to Elton twice now.
3000. 3.
Nothing for Sean to call there.
Shout out to my Melville homies watching the stream. Oh, you're such a... I know you guys in the streets today. You're such an insta-slut. The insta-slut.
Elton had a big stack when he came to the table, so he took that knock there. Fortunately against one of the players that wasn't as big a stack. Fortunately for him, unfortunately for her that she didn't have more chips.
They broadcast across a broad spectrum of tiny digital media platforms.
I've got to tell you, Sean Khalil,
Hopefully they're getting
one of the questions we ask on the bio is, if you could choose a one-to-one dinner with anybody in the world, who would it be? And he wrote, my wife.
Oh,
Isn't that just so cool?
yeah, shout out to you there, Sean.
2000.
That's pretty cool, Sean.
Raise.
You are up there, brother.
515.
I mean, the other thing about which football team do you follow? Liverpool. I mean, seriously. I mean, that does let you down considerably in my mind. 2-2 gone looking for a Jack 10 club entry.
Oh.
No, it's two hearts folded by Elton.
552 top.
And see his favourite player there, Gary Shaw.
I'm just sitting here trying to think. Tutu said he made a big fold to me. You made a big fold to me
Favourite
when I was
player
smashing
was
you.
good
You
old
didn't make a
Kevy.
big fold to me when
Brother,
I made some
the late
kind
great
of
Kevy Khalil,
insane
KK.
three-barrel bluff.
Well, I think that's what makes it a big fold.
And his nickname is Roland Song.
Sorry?
An old Sean, he's a plumber, a piping technician, a water direction technician.
No, he's talking to
Aqueduct engineer.
I can't hear you clearly. Okay.
Dominic Black. Go Ralston, I bet you can't keep quiet for one rotation from the UK.
I'm with you, Dom.
Dom, you are 100% correct. There's no way on this earth that Ralston is keeping quiet for one rotation.
He lays it down after thinking long enough to cook a medium rare
Gary's
steak.
going to type a little
then
response
gets
to
shown
Dominic
bluff.
there.
That's the bluff.
Raise. Up to 6,000. Re-raise. Up to 16. 16,000. Oh.
And Craig Berenger's come back. Paul should commentate. He never stops talking.
Thank you.
Oh, goodness.
But that's his character, you know. I mean, if you know Paul, he's actually an absolute gentleman.
He's wonderful to play with at games and that. He's sitting next to him, you will be royally entertained.
Well,
And there's Sugi and Gordon in the background, the previous feature table. We moved to the outer table. So we're going to go two-way to the flop.
Two clubs, King 5, Tutu with his fours, all overs. Sean to, Tutu to act.
Yeah, Tutu's checked, and Sean 3-bet him pre, and he's going to continue, and that'll be the end of that hand.
Fold.
Get shown. Pocket. What? Ace King, eh?
Yeah.
Ace King.
Tony, super drunk. We think he might just have wandered off. Quite smacked me.
Yeah.
So they need to put a small blind in for the player who's not there. Thank you, Paul. He must be listening.
There was a king. There was a king.
So Martin Maroon's been very quiet here, Gary.
Well, he hasn't had a chance to speak.
Yeah, I'm talking card playing as well.
He said nothing but rubbish. Nothing but rubbish. It's not improving here under the gun. But Martin's very patient, you know. He can play. 10-7 in the cutoff here for Elton. Might decide that he'll have a sniff around those blinds.
Up to 5-5.
Yeah, he raises because remember we have a vacant player as well there. Tony De Silva has not rejoined us. And his chips are in play.
Ace-4 for Paul. Yeah, I don't think he's going to get pushed off that.
Raise.
He's in position.
Up to 15-5.
Flats there.
No, he raised, I think.
10,000 more.
Oh, he did. 3-bet. Nicely played, Paul. He knows what Elton's up to.
And Elton similarly says, I'm not going to be pushed around by you either. Let's see a flop. So 1 spade, 2 diamonds. Paul gets the best of it here.
Yeah, he did have the best hand, and he's found a good flop.
If Elton decides to incinerate a few chips here, no.
So bet.
And this will go bet fold.
Oh, there we go.
Okay. All in.
Puts the baby in. Elton's a quick
Okay,
fold.
fold.
And no, Paul will explain why we did it.
If he shows the hand, which he probably won't. Here's our outer table, still full up out there.
1,000. 2-2.
So these are the chip counts in seat order.
Still a couple of levels to re-enter, or for somebody to come and enter.
Ace-4 diamonds.
So if we're playing for level 12 tonight, that means tomorrow morning somebody could enter at the start of
Save
play.
you all the bandwidth. You can thank me later. Not that I'm saying don't watch the stream, because we definitely need to watch the stream. I've got huh? Yeah. Yeah. I say ace-4 diamonds. Two diamonds on board.
As predicted.
Not enough
As you
chips
said,
to make
Gareth.
structured bets,
He will
so I just
explain.
have to- just have to
Gotta love
try
you, boy.
cards off
Gotta
the
love
board.
you. So Sean calls here.
1,000 more.
Folded around to Martin M. Come on, champ, as he would say.
Yeah, champ's his favourite word to call anyone.
Big blind, King 8. They're worth defending. There's only a little limp behind you.
Set.
Yeah,
checks.
just checks it. So 7, 7, 8.
So bet.
There's only one club on board here, one spade.
I'm going to bet he's 8 though.
5,000.
Right, he'll just fold. That'll be that. New player joining the table over in seat 8.
With a fair amount of chips by the looks of things.
Nice hand. He's good, or so I'm told. Well, that makes 1. No, I disparage Tutu and Elton and Martin are great players. Elmin's a gangster. He's unbeatable.
So Fabio Cornelli will be joining us, and he does have a big stack. 307,500.
Yeah, bringing a big stack to
And
the
it
table.
goes. The invisible man.
Jerome Naidu down from Peter Marisburg. Does the whole Khalil family play
Finding out
poker?
130,000
Yes, my friend,
chips.
and there are many of them.
Sorry, what was that?
He says, does the whole Khalil family play poker?
He obviously doesn't play poker in South Africa, Jerome.
He's down from Maritzburg, so
Yeah, I
he
know,
doesn't get up here.
That little dorpy.
He doesn't get up here to see all the Khalils play.
They don't get out much down there, you know. Actually, we saw Clive this evening at dinner. He sat at our dinner table. He even offered to pay for our food, but he was a bit late. We'd already paid.
2,000 to play.
Keeping Tutu awake.
Gentleman and a scholar.
He is always.
Let's make a pact now. If Tutu falls asleep, we will steal his blinds. Yeah. I think it's only fair.
No, I'm the. Oh, you left. Sorry.
2,000.
Sean is limped in. Fabio is limped in. Alton King 10.
Raise up to 7,000.
10-9 for Paul in the hijack. Be speculative as the
7,000.
evening calls.
Yeah, I called below the raise to 7 by Alton.
Re-raise up to 20.
Almina's
20,000.
re-raised. Ace King. Gets rid of the limper. Oh, one of them.
22,000.
Fabio is still there. He's out the way.
More.
This stage is starting to seem like flirting.
Alton gets out the way.
Hello.
Almin shows Ace King.
Yeah.
Gets the tap of the table.
At this stage.
Sorry. Oh.
No. I said.
Sorry, sir. You have to take it off of the phone.
Well, it's all the bigger than mine.
Of the table. Pleasure.
So is Fabio joining with a decent stack?
Probably 1.3. Maybe
1,025.
Okay, we're off and running on next hand. Hand 66 of the session, part 2 of the coverage here from Times Square Casino on the Sunbet Poker Tour.
2,000. 2.
Paul Ralston. There's a gun plus 2.
This is playing with my mojo here. This not being able to put my card protector on.
Raise up to 5.5. 5.5.
Quick folds round to Martin. Martin folds.
5.5.
2-2 in the small.
Queens.
Up to 22.
22. He's saying that if you've got a suited ace, it's going to cost you. I think Sean might call here. Not sure. Certainly got his hands on his chips. No, that's a big folder.
Yeah,
Well done.
22 total.
Looks like Paul's going to snap this.
counting out his stack. Just double checking. So is he flatting here or is he shoving? Yeah. There we go.
All in. Call.
He's not all in. There's a chip on top of his cards.
Even more than I thought.
Kings.
Well, it's a good
King
time
queen.
to buy in, hey?
Oh wow. Okay, shove the king
Good time
queen.
to rebuy.
So I'm gonna go and
Okay,
rebuy.
so Paul
Nice
Ralston.
hand, Tutu.
Did Paul call all in or was it the dealer?
He called all in.
I didn't hear him.
Okay.
Ah,
will check.
boy.
Okay, we'll leave it then.
Oh, he's got hearts working for him now. Suddenly he's got hearts. plenty of them in, not just the kings. And he adds the 10 for a straight as well. A whole myriad of outs there for Paul. And as if a miracle, the queens hold up against all those outs. Nice hand 2-2. Mr. Ralston said he was going to rebuy.
No. Tomorrow, if I buy it now, it's like. Yeah, but then I'm buying like 50 bigs. Now I'm buying tomorrow at 11 a.m. So buying like less than 50 bigs. Thanks, Bugs.
Layouts.
So Elton will be our under the gun player.
I've been playing poker with Paul since I started playing poker like 10 or 15 years ago. Like literally, like first time I started playing poker.
10,000, 2-2.
Shout out to Paul, being a nice guy. Shout out to the dealer for helping me hold that. And this thing. A bit of 30
Answer to your question, Che Bethel's you asked me, which is Axe Taseboot, which has been back in Benoni. I'm home in Benoni. Oh my word. I have to do it in Afrikaans as well. So Elton Chen under the gun.
Two 5 to play. Fold 2.5.
Quick folds. Round to Martin. Martin getting active for the first time. Ace King suited, Gary.
Oh, well, good for him. By the time he picks up some decent cards, let's see if he can get some action.
Fabio's got pocket 10s. And he's flatting.
Sorry.
Out of the blind, flatting the pocket 10s. All club flop, but neither player has a club in their hand. 2-4-5 flop. So 2 overs and a gut shot for Martin. Fabio puts on the sunglasses.
Check. Check on that.
No help, slows it down as well with the 10s. Yeah, check. No bingo card on the river, so Fabio will take this down unless he faults.
Pass, please.
Pocket 10s with the 2 overs, and Martin will slide those in the muck.
Martin chose to keep his reputation intact. Gary, you're being likened to be as talkative as Paul, because Craig Berenger says, can't we get Gary and Paul on the feature table, maybe with Darren as well?
That's bloody charming, that is.
Comments would be hysterical.
Yeah, I think he's referring to my humour rather than to my loudness. But that's where I'm going with this.
Would he add you in with Darren as well?
He's coming back.
They've decided that I'm such a donkey. They've got
Paul Ralston coming back with a starting stack.
And I'm the designated donkey.
Seat 1.
Designated donkey, he says.
Yeah. Okay.
2-2. Give me some of my small chips back, please, sir. Let me make a decision while you do that.
And Paul has proclaimed himself the designated donkey, has returned.
He always says that.
2.5.
It's fine, thank you, sir. You know what, that was the right, my logic there as much as anything is this was the right time to be buying back in, eh?
Only get 50 bigs tomorrow. Get more now.
Spooky with the hearts.
Raise up to
Martin
7.5.
finds ace king again, unsuited this time, raises
Got
again.
a little bit tender. I mean, I'd have taken your chips with pleasure, but I would have been, sorry, I would have been moderately embarrassed.
5,000 more.
Yes, but not sorry. I never feel sorry when I win chips, so I don't feel sorry for you.
I think we've had this conversation before. I think the term sorry covers more than a lot of people suggest it does. I think you can be sorry without being sorry. Do you agree? See, it's about having EQ on me.
Nothing to add, guys.
Well, actually, it's quite nice when people do your job for you and you can sit back and listen.
Paul, when you left, I gave you love on the stream. And I was
You know, Dom could have had his wish. Paul would have been quiet for a rotation, but he was back too quick.
Honestly, I was
Not even
sure
leaving
he
the
did
table
from
keeps you
those
quiet for a
trouble, but it was
rotation.
the right time to gamble and go and buy this many blinds. I don't want to be buying blinds.
He's very entertaining, is Mr.
So
Ralston.
it just. It was as good a time as any to plant the flag.
It's very hard to fold king queen.
So Hilly is responding of where he is, and he says he's in his dining room.
Oh, Hilly, you chop you.
I mean, all I'm hoping actually is that
Queens
I'm
for
hoping
Elmine.
that you've got
Ladies for the
15
lady.
racks. Would have been nice if you were.
Quick folds round.
Welcome back to the table.
I'm sure he's not at the table. I'm sure he would have pulled his ace.
15,000.
Nothing for Elton. Round to Paul. King 4 off.
15 total.
That is Tony DeSantos?
Tony De Silva, that's Tony Simmons.
It's Tony Simmons, not Tony DeSantos.
And Tony knows, like he was having libations with fellows outside.
2.5.
Sonia, Tony, check. I mean, change our man Tony here. I mean, I don't mean change. Well, mind you, on evidence of so far, maybe changing it wouldn't be the worst thing you could do.
Two and a half.
3 and the 5, they'll make the change up. Maybe Martin might even give us some of those whites there.
So our mystery solved, not Tony De Silva, it's Tony Simmons, well known to us.
We're just trying to help Tony make change.
Whoever wrote this list obviously doesn't know Tony.
No, not at all.
Thanks, buddy.
So he's missed a few blinds, but more than likely having a few libations with people outside.
Guys, big blind.
Tony was in party mood. And Tony's a seriously good player. He has a couple of titles to his name.
5,000. Total.
So Martin
Call. 2.5 more.
is raised. All the way around to Tony. Both cards come in. Pocket fours. We can't see Tony's cards yet. He hasn't been briefed. He's got them on top of one another. And a set of fours for Ralston with his new stack.
Oh, Tony's gone again.
Yeah, Tony's holding his cards in his hand. That's
Oh, no,
why.
that's Sean, sorry. Look, a different orientation.
So we can't see his hand. It was checked all the way around on the flop. Checked again. Ralston hoping for somebody to catch up here to try and have a little bet. Tony now bets it. Tony bets 10 and the other set of fours. As they made a full house. And he repops it. And Tony slides his cards into the mug. Tony taps the table. So small blind for Tony now. Elmine in the big blind.
I was hoping somebody did. I mean, when I see that is in a way that is the perfect ribbon for me. Which is why I changed. Which is why I,
Paul giving running commentary again. As I was saying, Tony Simmons, seriously good player. He hasn't played much lately, but Royal Rumble in Swaziland winner of a few other titles, the Overboard Poker Tour, etc. Yeah, Tony's got some game. Max Sotriana's brother-in-law. Was just out of picture, Gaz. He's had a few. That's why he was late to the table.
Six total. It's a big blind.
So meanwhile, we catch up back with the action after Gary's coming back running in.
no,
It was raised by Tutu. It has been called by Sean.
radio frequency signal. So the table is
Shall I bet?
And that's two players in the hand.
This square on the table has a.
The flop is 10-10-5, and Sean has flopped a full house.
Wow, yes, he has.
Yeah, only two players in the hand.
10-1-5.
Tutu
Is
now.
it well to flat this off?
I feel like I've seen your picture on Easter Island.
Tutu's now betting the straight draw on the turn. We've got an up and down, 9 or an ace to make his hand.
Shall I bet?
He finds the king on the river.
Yeah, that could actually cost him some money.
10-1-5.
Now the re-raise is coming.
All in. All.
Shows the full house. Takes down the hand.
Feels like it. I think he pocket
And the debate will proceed.
10 up, 10 up.
So it's coming up to, what, 11:15 in the evening. Jeepers, how the day has flown.
Elton, a person of our acquaintance has offered me hero status.
Change being organised by our dealer Philip.
And 2-5.
So I just want to tell you,
2-500.
now someone that everyone hates. Gordon, G-Pat. G-Pat says I'll be his hero if I slow. So I'm just putting you on notice that a slow roll is in the. And I apologise in advance, but to be Gordon's hero.
2.5 to
Because
play.
then I will go up to him and I will sing the song to him. Well, no, I'll go up to him and insist he sings
Up
the
to
song
6.
to me.
6,000.
So Tutu under the gun has raised it.
6,000.
Thank you, David.
Down to Fabio. Ace Queen. Flats that.
6,000.
Alton out the way.
6.
We lost an ace 9 in the cutoff.
Fold.
Disciplined fold.
Reasons of
Tony's
my own.
hands into the muck. Long in. Jack 3 suited. Folds. Martin Maroon might defend.
Yep, mate. Looks like he did.
Shall I bet?
That's a baby.
Tutu will continue. He's hit his top pair.
16,000.
He just doesn't know he's running into a bigger queen behind.
Yep. significantly.
Here comes the re-raise. Martin's quickly out the way. No, he just flattered there, Gary. It was a bit of 16 on the flat.
Shoulder bet.
Board pairs.
He's gonna
53
go
in the
big
pot.
here. Yeah, he's going to... I think maybe Fabio's on a flush draw.
37.
Another flat call by the look of it.
Yeah, just a flat call. Eight doesn't change anything.
Fabio gets the check mark.
Check. Shoulder bet. Card
Check,
flip.
check. King queen versus ace queen. Nice pot for Fabio, plus 68,000, Gary.
Did very well there. Well,
Poker Bros dealing right there. Lucky 2-2. Ah, I'm not happy with the hand.
still busy outside, still plenty of players playing. This
Look at you
event
being all
programmed
stoic
for
for your Insta-
3
for your
days,
Insta
but
fans.
likely to go to 4 if it's anything like the last time that we had the event.
There was Max Satriano, Tony's brother-in-law, as we had that panning shot out there. So Max is out in the field as well.
Oh, good grief! Oh no, I feel ill.
Hang on, just got to replace an eardrum.
Ill.
Craig Berenger says, who talks more, Paul or Darren?
That's in the highlight reel for me.
Well, I think it's a flip.
He's referring to Darren Lipman, of course.
Oh yeah, it's talking about Lippy.
Raise.
And he knows Martin Maroon very well. They played a lot together.
9-5.
And he says, I bet you the only talking Martin is doing to the lovely lady next to him. He's so smooth with the ladies, Marty. We said Martin was being quiet, so Craig comes up with the reason why.
He's probably right.
So Sean has raised to 9.5. Round to Elton with a suited ace.
Call.
Calls.
9.5.
Easy. Also, there guys, so Tony's folding.
Seven more.
To the 8-6 suited.
7-5.
Yeah, Tutu's been a bit unfortunate with a couple of hands where he's just been pipped to the post and lost a few chips. I mean, he's still healthy. He's got 207,000.
Fold.
Folds that. So we'll go 2-8 to the flop.
Shoulder bet.
Tutu is folded.
Check.
Check, check.
Shoulder bet.
Ace on the turn. Sean checks again.
Ayub says, you let Ralston back into the country.
You've always got a funny comment.
Yeah.
Spends his life in Facebook jail.
Yeah.
From Matt to you. What you do in your private life.
Greetings to Ayub, my brother. Nice to see you online. They're getting the band back together, I'm sure, the Musketeers.
11.
That's all.
I know Dom's out of country at the moment. In fact, there is a little rumour that Ralston might even be house sitting for him. Brave man if he is. Well, brave man Dom let him.
Sean raised pre, checked the flop, checked the turn, and when Elton has now bet his ace, Sean comes out of hiding and repops. They both show an ace. Sean will, Elton will know his ace was smaller. He only had the 4 kicker.
Wasn't it amazing?
Possibly had ace king.
Matt Beckett, son of Dennis Beckett, and Henry Cox.
Well played there by Sean. Extracted a few extra chips out of Elton.
Dick Cock, conductor of the Johannesburg Orchestra, starts one of the longest-lasting illegal poker games, off-piste poker games in the country. Yeah, Matt and Henry started. I mean, they ran Royal Swazi, right? Matt and Henry, and then Matt and Sam bought them out.
So Fabio will be our under the gun player. Had a nice little game with his ace queen versus the king queen.
And Matt Beckett moved on to other things. But these 2 young boys who were like, you know, the sons of these 2 esteemed gentlemen.
Turn up to play.
Fabio 8-3 off.
Boys too. Henry and Matt were 2 lovely boys.
2.5.
I never worked with
Jack 5 suited will follow his
I did
Fabio's
a
card.
2.5
with Dick Cox, and he was a charming fellow too.
Sure go, Mr.
His mum
Olsen.
and dad didn't think through the net the way they.
Doesn't miss
2.5.
a word while he's looking at his cards.
Only with a 7-4, get rid of that.
I'm just saying, it's a mistake.
Back to Martin.
They weren't thinking
7-3 on the dealer button. Thank you.
I mean,
Thousand.
Two in the small.
It's bad enough being Henry.
Pocket jacks, he'll raise this. Sean will probably defend. He doesn't like his big blind being smashed.
Just to know that it was a
Raise up
family
to 9.
tradition.
9,000.
Nope, he decides against it.
With his younger
He's got nothing to defend with.
Yeah.
his younger sibling, Tina's
will pick up
Tina's
the hand.
call, and sister, yeah. I'll tell you what, old Dick Cock, what a charming fella. I did a behind the scenes on the Free Tenors in Pretoria when they came from Mandela's sort of retirement, and so I spent some time interviewing Richard Cock, and what a charming man. Way more charming than Free Tenors.
So Elton will be under the gun.
I cannot
Ralston hasn't missed a beat, and that's why we keep him quiet in between. He's just entertaining on his own right. Having a long running commentary now with Tony about the previous tournaments at Royal Swazi.
Tony looks enthralled, by the way. I can see all the camera angles from here.
Sadly, the Royal Swazi Hotel no longer exists. It was a casualty of COVID.
Well, I heard a little rumour that it might be rising from the ashes.
Oh, that would be very nice.
I did hear a rumour. I've got nothing confirmed, but it was a very good source.
Sorry? 6,000. Raise up to 6.
Tony
6,000.
venturing his first raise.
Queen 9 suited.
Re-raise up to 20,000.
Oh, wow.
Immediately he's repopped.
Elmaine, I love the way she plays, you know, sit there nice and quiet. It's like the smiling assassin.
Yeah, I mean, bang.
Tutu picks up Ace King.
There's a raise and a re-raise. Now he's got Ace King. He gets rid of it.
Yep.
Discipline.
There's a
20 total.
Tutu's going, I know. He's talking to us.
Absolutely,
Call.
Tutu.
Oh, dear.
Tony asks how much to call.
I am
Yeah, it's fine.
reliably informed that my best friends in the world are hurling abuse at me on the YouTube channel. I mean, I would be quite upset if they
Change
were.
being worked out.
It's nice of Martin to help Elmaine with her chips, right?
Yeah, so
They're
sweet
all
of
hurling
him. Craig
abuse.
would be
I'm sure
commenting.
they love
So
my
Tony's
move-
made the
my
call.
move against Tutu's queens. I'm sure they
Oh,
adore
and
that.
Tony's found a
Well,
gut shot.
straight flush draw for Elmaine, up and down.
Yeah, but she's got the big
It was
one.
more a walk.
Sorry?
She's found the big flop there.
That's what I'm saying. She's got a straight
Yeah.
flush up and down.
So Tony found a gut shot and a pair.
It was
But he's in
a,
big trouble.
a rebirth.
20,000.
Tony's going to incinerate a few chips here.
Tony needs to see a black 9 or something here, or a queen.
They've given me the flag of the wrong country, apparently.
Queen will take her straight,
They've
of course.
saddled me with the British flag, and this cannot stand.
She finds a set, he makes a straight.
All in?
Ditto. Amen.
Oh, wow.
Amen.
She
Me
can't
and-
not call this.
Me and Tutu are brothers. I do not
If
want
she
to.
calls, Tony only has 3 outs.
66, 500. All in.
He's repping that he's got the jack or the mate flush. She's got to decide now, is my draw big enough? Can I fold here? He's putting her to the test.
Oh, like the comments.
Yes. Yeah, too tough.
None of my mates really know
Cool.
anything about poker. They're like, oh, what is yeah, I guess my poker mates are kind of like, yeah, I guess like it's part of watching, maybe they'll be like, dude, how dare you call me? Or like, dude, careful.
I feel like
Applied
I
maximum
feel like I
pressure.
should be making some comment about Clacker being one of your mates that doesn't know anything about poker, but his bracelet makes that a hard joke to land.
I think that is true.
It's kind of hard to land that joke against a guy with a bracelet. There you go. We should actually be calling Clacker Jamie from now on. Elton, you are a genius. Michael Jamie Gold Clacker.
Oh, goodness. Ralston, while there's a serious decision being made. And that's
You
it,
know, I've had that
Tony's put it to a big test here.
Watching him in that, his run that year was.
We just drop the graphics there so we can see Oming.
We've got a better angle over there.
There's a better angle.
Call.
And we can keep the graphics.
66, 500.
Well done, guys. She makes the call, it's the right call. So we're very happy to see his cards.
We'll go to the overshot. That's it.
So only 3 outs to Tony. He did put it under maximum pressure.
So it's pocket 10s versus queen 9. Boom.
For no help, Tony will
Nice
exit
hand on me,
the
great
feature
call.
table.
Sorry guys. Great call. Unlucky Tony. Great call.
So
They're out.
another big pot for Elmin. Geez, she's really chipped up big time on this table.
Even so, it's a hell of a call. Wow.
Patrick King says, let's go Tutu. And Craig Behringer says, I remember playing a satellite once, me and 9 Khalils at one table. Oh, Craig is on form here. He's talkative here tonight,
That's
guys.
the old tennis coach. He's a nice man, Craig. I'm sorry to hear he doesn't like playing poker anymore, or he doesn't play. But you have his reasons.
Gary, if you're listening, you've given me the wrong flag. Tutu wants it. What are those? What's that crypto called? What's the cryptocurrency you're plugging called?
No, Ethereum.
He wants an Ethereum logo because he's a citizen of digital currency. And I want the beach towel I've earned by being here for so long. For the country of my love.
2.5 to play.
Well, that was an easy choice.
Paul Ralston gets rid of those under the gun.
Just slightly thicker, right? Just noticeable. Just
Martin
enough to be.
now comes to the fray with Jack 8 suited.
2.5.
Round to Fabio, 7-4 suited in the small. 1,000 to call, makes the call. Martin in the big. King 7 off.
I think you might just see him knuckle the table here.
Yeah, it does so. Assists the dealer with the chips. So big flop for Fabio.
Yeah, he takes the 2 pair there, top and bottom pair. Houghton grabs the 7 also.
11,000.
Fabio leads
11.
out. And Martin has the gut shot. So Elton in the tank here.
12,
He's going to
11,000.
fold. It's a disciplined fold. He's folding top pair there. Martin comes along with his gut shot.
Check a bet.
Ace, no help to Martin.
Check. Check a bet.
Fabio now checks. Martin now leads into this.
15.
Fabio's going nowhere with his two pair.
Call.
Calls. So only 3 outs for Martin. He doesn't find
Check a
it.
bet.
But that card could slow things down considerably.
Check. Check a bet.
Fabio checks because he could have been counterfeited here. So if Martin bets big here because he repped the ace, Martin could actually steal this pot away.
40,000. 40.
So Martin's made a strong move here. The 7-4 got counterfeited on the river, and Martin is taking advantage of that. Yeah, and Martin, strong play, has actually bluffed Fabio off the hand, but the river card counterfeited that flop 2 pair. And Martin shows him the bluff and takes down a big hand.
Your fear was the higher flush. Your fear was the higher flush.
So Martin, some astute play there. The river card helped him because it counterfeited Fabio's hand. Martin took advantage and stole that one away.
1,000. 1.5.
Got some game, Martin.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Well, you can still make the flush and the straight flush just for the fun of it. Always nice to have a backdoor to the absolute flush.
2.5 to play. 2.5.
So Almin under the gun folds. 7-4 off. Martin raises the Queen Jack suited. Did he raise or did he just limp in?
No, it's a pump. 2,000 more.
He only limped in. Just the light there on the chips. Looks like it was a raise. It was a limp in.
Check a raise.
No race. No race.
No.
No race.
Hmm?
No race.
No raise. Yeah, I thought that nobody raised.
2 spades for Elton.
I was going to say the flush draw is probably the hand I'd prefer to have here.
Gut shots for both Queen Jacks. Running spades for 2-2 as well. 7 of hearts, no help.
But Elton strengthens his hold on the hand.
Yeah, Elton's much stronger now. He's got the only pair and the flush draw.
2-2 decides to stab at it here.
7.5.
He gets Elton off the way.
Wow.
Fold.
I'm surprised at that. What size was it? 7.5.
And the stream has just shown when Ralston went out and Dominic said, and then it was peaceful. And then Ralston returned. And Dominic said, oh no, it's not. Thank you so much. So Dom had joy for a moment and then his joy was shattered.
I think
up
it's
to
worthy of
9,000.
note for the public at large that
9.
Dominic and Paul are best mates.
Absolutely, I did allude to it earlier.
Yeah. And Abe is also one of the team. Gordon Patterson's one of the team.
Re-raise up to 22. 22,000. total.
And suddenly there was a cup of coffee in front of me.
Call.
Yes, by magic. Well done to the lads here at the back.
It was a long way to Brazil to get these beans, but it was worth it. Aces v nines here.
Check.
What a great flop for the aces.
Behind.
Check. Show a bet. Check.
Checked all the way.
Yeah, I'll just go to showdown.
Sean says those two jacks slowed me down.
Amen. He does.
So 1.5, 2.5. Yeah, but
Don't believe I have. I don't think I've had kings either. I think I've had queens a couple of times. I don't think I've had aces. I don't think I've had aces or kings.
2.5 to play. 2.5.
Elton in the cutoff with has raised, or he's about to raise, the ace queen.
Raise up to 6.5.
Raises to
6.15.
6-5 with ace queen. Almin's out the way with ace 5.
Fold.
Martin folds, and Elton will
He's
take
good
down
or
that hand.
self-fold. Five more, Martin. No discounts.
No, not for me, eh?
So nice hand taken down there by Elton. Raising the ace queen. Any hand you take down at this stage, you're chipping up, taking the blinds and the antes. It's not a huge pot, but it's a nice hand. Raise, you get it down through. Chip up all the time.
2.5 to play.
Sean, 332,000, going along nicely. Been playing very solidly, yeah?
Up to 8.5. 8.15. 8.5.
It was raised to 3.5.
8.5.
I can't raise to 3.5, must be more. Lines are 1,000, 2,000.
8.5 to 2.
So it's round to 2-2. He's got pocket kings here. And 2-2 re-raises with the kings.
29.5 to 2. One more. Eight, sir. Okay, fold. 2.5.
Did someone say there's another level after this? Or is this the last level of the... Is there? So it'll be half.
Yes?
Right, so
Sorry? 1.5, 2.5, and 2.5 inch.
blinds have just gone up. Bradley asked the dealer, and the dealer kindly provided to us.
Gary.
1.5,
South African flag, brother. I bet.
2.5, I believe was
Yes,
the
please.
call.
Thank you, sir.
I don't know what flag I have, that's right.
2.5 to play.
No.
2.5 in the big blind.
African, born in Swaziland. Lived here my whole life. I don't know. I'm just saying, just in case. I haven't watched the stream.
2.5 to play.
Where'd you say born? Shout out to Swaziland, though. Oh, whatever, I don't care. All the 60 people that watch the stream.
Raise up to 6.5.
So it was raised by
to tap.
Paul. The button is in the wrong.
One hand! My silence has won me a hand.
6.5. Face it.
There you see, silence.
Everybody's folded.
silence
Paul
is
takes
gone.
in the hand.
Oh boy. Nobody knows what it's like to be the donkey. To be the donkey at the TV table. I wish I knew the rest of the words of that song so I could keep riffing, but I think that's it's only the opening line that I know.
So we move on to the next hand.
I feel like my presence here is literally carrying so much water for all the terrible players out there with a dream. Bad players with a dream. I represent them all.
You don't need to be good to be here, you just need 5K.
There you go, Tutu. You've put my entire poker career into
2.5 to play.
stark perspective and reality. I don't have to be good, I just have to have money I don't want to keep. That is quite literally my entire
2.5
poker playing life. Not good, but
Double raise.
money I don't need to keep.
Check.
So we go 2 to the flop. A big blind defended. King 9, the Jack 10.
Check.
We go to the turn.
Check.
10 comes on the river for Martin. Martin finds it on the river. He was behind all the way. So Martin takes that hand down with a 10.
Nobody knows what it's like to be a donkey. I mean, so casual, she's wandering away from the table now. She's got so many chips. Got all of Tony's chips. Big bite out of Elton, which sounds sexier than it is. Little smoking. Oh, you see. I hate missing hands. One thing I absolutely hate. I figure I'm not nearly good enough to run the risk of missing a
So
good
Paul
hand.
Ralston will be under the gun.
I have to be here for all of them.
Two and a half to play.
Thank you, sir.
Full. 2.5.
Can you see the
Raise up to 6.
So
6,000.
2-2 raises up to 6,000.
153 or
Call. 6 total.
Fabio makes the call with the suited king. Elton in the big blind lets go. So we'll go 2 to the flop. There's a piece of it for both of the players.
So a bet.
Fabio flops top pair, but he's got a bad kicker. 2-2 checks behind with his middle pair. The 7 helps Fabio because he's now playing kings with 7s and a jack kicker. 2-2 will bet.
7.5. 7.5.
bet 7,500.
Slam. Lines are now up. Now 1,500, 3,000. That's 1, 5, 3, and 3 on the big blind ante. This is your last level this evening. This is the last
Ace
level
on
this
the
evening.
river.
Double bet.
Just a reminder that if you bust out, you can re-enter up until the start of play tomorrow morning. If you do
Tutu's
bust,
going to bet now, repping that ace on the river.
until the start of play
13-5.
tomorrow morning.
Fabio has the best hand, and he's going to call it off this time. He called. He shows the king. He announced call, so he had, and then Tutu turned the hand over. So the call
Atlanta
stands, and he had the winning hand. He
1,
didn't have to put
3,000
chips in.
And 3,000 ends.
It's me, right?
Yeah. 1-5.
So the blinds are 1,500, 3,000. The 3,000 big blind ante. This is our last level of the evening.
$3,000 to play. Call. 3,000.
So she's raised, has she, with the ace queen.
Raise up to 7.5.
Okay, so she only limped under the gun. The raise has now come from Fabio with the pocket sixes. Elton with jack nine in the small blind folds.
7-5
Round to
total.
Ralston. The 8-7. Makes the call, defending his big blind.
So,
Now it's back to Almin. Action on Almin, who limped in the ace queen. She makes the call. So we go 3 to the flop. And Ralston has flopped big, he's flopped 2 pair. And she's now going to rep on that board. And she hasn't hit anything with her ace queen.
7.5.
Fearless.
7-5.
Pocket sixes, I think, gets out the way here now. Just overcards there for pocket sixes. And Paul with his 8-7 and his 2 pair. Let's see how he elects to play this. And over the bottom 2,
Raise
if he
up to
puts it on the jack, he's going to repop it now.
10,000 more.
Yeah, and he has re-raised it.
Call.
She makes the call. And 9 brings some straight possibilities for her, and Ralston now checks. There's a 4 card straight out on the board. 3 is no help for her. Paul gets the check mark. And he now bets.
21,000. 21.
21,000. She's sitting with ace high.
Fold.
And she'll put them into the muck, and Paul will show her 2 pair. She taps the table. Well played there, Mr. Ralston.
But I'd love you to watch it on the stream anyway, Almin. Wow, my heart rate's gone up. If I have a heart attack, I want Tutu to give me the kiss of life.
1-5. 3-3.
As a measure of the time we've spent at the tables together being unpleasant to
Paul
each
has won a hand and
in
is
various
back in
ways.
full flight again.
The distance we have come, the journey we have taken, the long road we have traveled together, you and I. Kiss of life, my friend.
Don't go back like chiropractor.
Oh, good grief. Hashtag chiropractor.
3,000 to play.
So Martin under the gun, folds the ace 4.
Raise up to 7. 27,000.
You have a jab.
Free raise up to 21,000.
Tutu's raised. There's a re-raise with the pocket queens. Round to Elton.
Well,
On the D, he's folding 10-6
21
off.
full turn.
I don't care what you say, poker gods, I fold.
Well,
Paul alluding to Gary up here with the Jack 10. He says, I don't care what you say, poker gods, I fold. And Tutu has called with the 8-7 suited. Those are the cards that can crack big hands. Wow, and he's found a magic flop. He's flopped a flush draw and a straight draw.
check.
He's still behind
35,000.
percentage-wise, 37 to 63. And Sean continues. He announced the amount, so he can take back one chip. 35,000. So he's going to make two to pay for this draw. And quite a few cards that were folded. Otherwise, that's why I said it was such a big flop. But a number of those cards were folded, so he's only got 7 outs.
I just thought you could bully me.
I had factored 12 outs, but 5 of the cards were folded. But he wouldn't know that. He's working on what he can see.
The secret to my game
He's
is I
factoring
always
the
play
9
like
diamonds
I'm stupid.
and the 3
I never
sixes
really know where I am, so I always play like I'm like
to give him the
like
12
I'm
outs.
absolutely monstering it.
So he makes the call.
Like
Turns the
game is
pair now, so he
basically
adds
Johnny
more
Cooper
outs.
effect given life at the table.
The board looking
All in.
very straighty now.
Huh?
He moves
Call.
all in. It's all in and call. So we have a big all in and call here.
A lot of draws.
So Tutu needs help on the river. He's got 12 outs. Oh, and he finds it on the river.
Nice hand, Tutu.
He finds the big out on the river. And he gets a big double up through Sean Khalil. Sean gets very unlucky with the queens. It was a big flop for Tutu. He found a better card on the turn as well, and he finds the gin on the river. So a very big hand there for Tutu.
201.
Because they are
1900.
unaware of what they don't know.
8,000.
People that are really talented are often
10.
not confident
20.
because they assume, well, if I understand this,
So the dealer just sorting the chips out.
29.
I mean, Donald Trump is the
100k Dave visiting us here in the back.
129.
I'm the ultimate Dunning-Kruger poker player. I play so very
You want to come sit and join us for a while, Dave? We've got a guest headset.
Nice hand, Tutu.
Just going to check.
That's a very big hand to hit at this time of the night. Well done, sir. Thank you.
So Tutu drags in that big pot there with the 8-7 suited. Said at the start of the hand, those are the hands that
Small. Nice.
can crack big pairs, and it proved to be so.
Let's see.
Found a good flop. Improved a little on the turn by finding a pair, added more outs, and found his dimes on the river.
There, didn't you?
Weapon
Left or right?
is 1.5. 3.
So Tutu will be under the gun for our next hand. Still stacking his chips.
No, it's perfectly
Problem all
acceptable.
poker players like to have, that you're too slow because you're stacking your chips.
Wow, someone gave Tutu chips. That was a mistake.
So Tutu is now on 371,000 after that hand. That was a massive hand.
If I'm up and down on the flop.
So there. 3,000 to play.
Tutu gets rid of the queen 3, I'm sure. Sean
3,000.
back on the horse. Jack 10 suited, right? Yeah, he's just limping in. Fabio folds. It's quietly going about his business. Fabio hasn't got involved in any of the conversations or anything. Part of the famous
Raise
Corneli
up
clan.
to 10.5.
Good poker players all.
10.5.
Elton raises it to 10.5.
Oh, good God, I
Ralston with a reggie ace on the button gets rid of it. Almin folds a queen 4. Martin and the big blind.
10.5 to turn. 7.5 more. Fold.
Folds,
Fold.
and Sean comes along with a jack 10 suited.
That's why we fold.
Flop is 7 king 7.
Jogger bet. Jogger
So
bet.
no help for Sean on that flop. He's got backdoor clubs, backdoor straight.
Jogger bet.
2 diamonds or a jack or a 10 only now. There's 6 outs available. Getting checked.
6.5.
Elton's going to bet and
Fold.
Sean will fold.
Discretion is the better part of valor. He's good, or so I'm told.
We move on to the
Said
next
that,
hand.
discretion's the better part of valor.
We go. Yeah, is Gary out there in the outer tables chatting to the players?
It might have been a Shakespeare, that one. It's astonishing, actually, how many.
Gary having a chat with all the players out there. We move back to the feature table.
Made that one up as well. Figure of speech you just don't even you don't attribute. They're just part of our language. That man made them up.
3,000 to play. Call. 3,000.
Meanwhile, I just write bad dialogue.
So Sean with a 9-7 of spades under the gun has limped in. Alton with the ace-8 suited.
Raise.
Going to raise it up.
To 8.5. 8.5.
Round to Paul Ralston. Ace-10. He's folded a few rag aces, so we'll see he's definitely going to play this. It's whether he 3-bets it or he's only going to flat.
Call. 8.5.
He's called. He has
Call.
position on Elton for the rest of the hand. Almina's folded. It's round to Martin. He's folded the ace-6. Back to Sean, who limped in the 9-7 suited. He's got out the way.
Jogger bet. Check.
So the flop is 4-4-4.
Check.
It's checked all the way around. The king of spades now brings a flush draw for Sean. Action on Elton.
Check.
He's actually splitting with Ralston if they don't. There we go. The full house for all 3 players. Anyone decides to bet at this, they might take it down.
Check.
Elton checks. Ralston checks, and they all going to split the pot. So a 3-way split because the full house runs out on the board.
I'm literally
Anybody had a
sitting here
fired
going,
anywhere
"Nobody
along
bet,
there,
please,
they
I
would have
can't
taken the
call,
hand down."
can't." Even though it's so unlikely, I still can't call. Yeah, exactly.
So there the dealer
Thought about
sorts out the
repopping you,
chips.
Al. I
The
did think
3-way
about
split.
repopping you, yeah. And then I decided that whatever I repopped you was going to get called over there, so there wasn't really much point to do it.
Paul explaining why he didn't 3-bet pre-flop.
No one wants to be the chop calling the bet on that board and running into a king. Board comes 4-4-4 King King.
Yeah, you're welcome to. They'll tell you and then you can come in.
Flops 3 4s. Turn it in, runs out 2 kings.
Yeah, we're going to welcome Chad,
I'd
who's
say
been
no one wants
blogging
to be-
this
no one
event,
wants to be the moron.
to the commentary booth. Nice to have you here in the commentary booth, Chad.
Yeah, jeez, lovely to be here.
I hope you've been enjoying the tour so far, the 4 days, yeah?
It's been busy. The blogging has taken up a lot of time. So it's nice to come and join you behind the scenes. It's a great spot to be.
Yeah, I've watched you frantically running up and down. You've been up and down and then to the computer and blogging quickly and then out to find out the hands and through the other commentary booth. So you've certainly been logging up steps.
No, it's
9-5.
It's been chaotic, but fun nonetheless.
Absolutely. So the Queen Jack of Diamonds raised by Fabio Corneli. It's folded all the way around and he'll get that through and take down the hand.
Sits in the corner,
Yes, I think
says nothing.
it's the first time you worked as a blogger on one of these tours.
It is, yes.
So you've been finding it very interesting. You're getting to know all the players.
Yeah, I knew most of them from before the blogging. I've been a poker player for about 10, 15 years now, so it's nice getting to see the guys in action when not playing against them.
Absolutely.
It's a little bit more friendly.
they are more friendly when you're not opposing them, yeah.
Exactly.
Sort of a compliment.
And they're very friendly to Gary
Sort
now.
of a
They're
compliment.
always saying that they want to butter us up before we don't say anything negative about them over there.
I can well imagine. There's 1 or 2 guys out in the crowd at the moment that Gary's chatting to. They're telling him stories and he's saying, just be careful what stories you tell me.
Absolutely, they will come back. They will come back out here on air.
That they will.
Right, so Elton under the gun.
You've got to have fun at the table, boys.
3,000 to play.
Ladies and gentlemen.
This is a stay down quiet table. It's very boring.
Have
I'll
ever
leave you
sat
to
at a
describe
quiet
this hand.
table that I've been at, Susan?
Well, it's interesting.
3,000.
So Paul Rolson actually speaks of himself as the hat. He doesn't actually believe he's playing poker. He thinks the hat's playing for him. But it's folded around to the small
That's
blind.
just objectively.
Raise.
And Sean Khalil bumped it up with 10-6. Just trying to steal the blinds.
Okay,
And
fold.
I'm here to sit like a
gets it through.
statue.
Yeah, Sean's smarting a little bit. He had pocket queens, a big hand against Tutu Ruthon. And Tutu had 8-7 suited. He flopped a gut shot straight and a flush draw. He turned an 8, all the money went in, and he found the diamond on the river.
Wow.
So it was a massive double up, and that's why Tutu's sitting over 370,000, and he depleted Sean's stack.
Cheapers.
So Sean's looking to chip up again.
I was wondering why Tutu was all of a sudden very sprightly at the table.
Yeah, that was a massive hand, maybe one that can go out on the blog. So
Definitely.
it was a big flop for him.
It's funny how when players start building up stacks, they start getting a little bit more lively at the table.
Yeah, we always call it
Start
talking
2,000 to
chips.
play.
The talking chips, that's exactly.
So Ralston under the gun with the 7-6 off. I'm sure they'll go into the muck.
Fold.
They do. Round to Almin.
Call.
She's already folded. Martin comes into
They've
the
also
pot
made the mistake of sitting the loudest person in
with
the
a Jack
world
10.
on the same side as the dealers that
Limps
fell
in.
like.
Sean has come along after Tutu folded.
So I'm louder than Gary.
Round
in
to
this
Fabia.
one.
He
Louder than
completes
Tom,
from the
so I
small
should
blind.
be doing a little.
And Elton in the big blind has the option with the 10-6 suited.
This looks like it should be an interesting one. A lot of guys sharing cards.
Yeah, some cards being shared there. Jack's being shared, 6 has been shared.
10's being shared,
Yeah,
clubs being
clubs,
shared.
absolutely,
Yeah, so
plenty going on. And the only heart is in the hand of Martin. So you'll see that's why his percentage is so high to win the hand, even though the king high is ahead. And Martin finds the jack. Martin will bet now.
He left 7,000.
I don't think Sean's going to be folding once he's hit the jack here.
Definitely not. Sean's not the player that folds quickly.
No.
So we go to the river. The 3 of diamonds doesn't change anything. So Martin
15-5.
checks. Sean bets.
Okay, that's a very interesting approach from Sean. I don't think he knows that he's losing. But
Oh, he gets Martin to fold there on the texture of that board. Wow.
sure. Nice bet on the river.
Yeah, good bet on the river, and he had position, so he used it. Craig Beringer online just is proper poker from Martin, the excellent exploitation of position. He's talking about a hand half an hour ago where Martin bluffed Fabio off a hand. The right card came on the river for him to represent, and it countered Fabio's hand, and Martin took away a nice big pot.
Said, this is much nicer with people. 2-2.
We often just keep quiet and listen to Ralston because he adds all the entertainment himself.
He hates the sound of his voice sometimes. There was an interesting hand that actually happened at this table while they were at one of the outer tables, because this table got moved into the feature table quite late. And it was a hand between Almin and Elton. And went all the way to the river, and Almin actually went all in. Elton folded top 2 pair. And Almin showed him a bluff. It was lovely.
Yeah, no, Paul filled us in on that while we were here, and he said they need to know the history, because then she caught Elton for a massive double up when she had pocket aces.
Yeah.
She slow played it. She checked the flop, she checked the turn, and he had hit top pair. And he put it all in, and she snapped him off with the aces, and she got a full double up.
Table image is a massive thing in this game.
Absolutely, and Paul made the comment that the viewers don't always see the history, and he filled it in, that Elton paid her off there because she'd bluffed him previously and shown him. So we're going 2-8 to the flop here. Only 6 outs for Martin. The Queen Jack is well in front. There is a 4 for Martin. He finds one of those outs.
10,000.
I don't see this hand going much further than here.
No.
I think Sean should let this one go.
Shows his Queen Jack. Martin shows him the 4.
Oh, that's some nice table etiquette.
Yeah, absolutely. Martin's been around for a long time. I'm sure you've played against Martin.
Long time.
Yeah, I know Martin well. He no doubt will have called you. How's the champ? How are you doing?
That's definitely how you addressed me this afternoon.
There you go. That's Martin's favorite address to everyone. I sat next to him at a tournament a week ago, and we were having a long catch up and chat. And it was champ this, champ that. He actually won the tournament of the day before. It was the little Empress Series. We can mention that here on air. Mark has given us permission to talk about other tournaments. And he won the big one on the Saturday, and then jumped into the smaller one on the Sunday that I was playing with him.
I know, Martin's got a good track record.
It's a good solid workhorse, as we call it.
Exactly.
Journeyman.
Been around the block plenty of times.
Yeah, and then Fabio of the famous Corneli family.
Up to 9.5.
Good poker players.
9.5.
Raised up with the ace-9 in the cutoff.
But I'm also not that kind of writer. I'm a technician. I'm a worker.
If we can,
Elton's got a bit of a decision to make here.
Yeah, we can't see Elton's cards because they haven't moved on yet. So if we just move on, guys, then we can see what Elton's 3 betting with.
Up to 22.5.
So it was raised by Fabio.
Sorry. That was 9.5. Then 22.5.
Yeah, I'm not the coffee drinking.
Bradley just communicating with the table.
Okay, it seems like they're sharing some cards, and
yeah,
one looks to be playing it nice and aggressively. Let's see if Fabio.
Yeah, Fabio shows the ace, but you see its position there.
Definitely.
And Elton will show him the other ace. I mean, they've got the identical hand, but it's just position. Fabio raised with ace-9. Elton 3 bets him. He has to fold ace-9. It's not a hand you can call with, really. No. Unless you've got a solid read, and it's a very loose player, you're folding ace-9 there.
1-5.
That's a very good read from Elton. You don't normally see guys 3 betting ace-9 offsuit.
Yeah, they've been playing some poker on this table. They've been 3 betting with ace-3, ace-4, and being very aggressive. There's been some aggressive plays.
Guys have been reading up on new styles of poker. It's good to see.
More exploitative type of play. Getting a little bit away from the GTO and playing more exploitative.
That was unheard of 5 years ago.
Unbelievably so. You know?
in television at least.
My history is I only started playing this game late. I was 46 years old when I started playing. I'm 60 now, so it's going on 14 years.
Okay.
And back then, the game was totally different. The way it's evolved since then is quite amazing.
No, it's crazy. The way the game's evolved over the past 15 years is just absolutely everything has changed.
And the best idea has to
And
be.
I started playing because of a stream like this when All Africa used to put their broadcast out. I saw it on TV, and that's why I started playing.
On DSTV?
On DSTV.
11.
What was the channel?
11,000.
235 or
Yeah.
236, one of those.
One of those, and the All Africa channel, they called it.
I think our producer here, I think Mike actually used
Mike
to...
was the producer. We've spoken a lot about it.
As well.
I met him down there. I managed to play for All Africas, even though I started only playing in the middle of 2008. By the end of 2009, I played for All Africas
Okay.
up to 2010. And
Jeez.
11.
did fairly well there. So it was a good tournament. I played on the feature table a few times. I've got some old shots of myself when I was still a brunette. From then.
One of those words might
And we'll move on to the hand here. Martin in the big blind has checked his option. He's flopped a flush draw. Alton with the pocket fives.
say psychologist. I can never remember which is the one that describes what the difference is.
Fabio's cards are a mystery to us now. Not quite nicely in the box yet. Sometimes it's just not nicely in the box. The chips are too close to the box. It's sensitive. I mean, there's RF readers in there. So Alton will bet his fives here, and Martin shoves it all in with a king high flush draw. Good aggressive play by Martin. Fabio's out the way, and I don't think pocket fives can call here. If he puts him on a flush draw, he may consider it.
I still don't think so, because even if he's on a flush draw, I think he's still behind most of the time.
And you're going to be up against two overs as well.
Exactly.
Fold. Okay, fold.
That's bet, Martin.
Some nice pressure applied by Martin.
Here's gold or something.
I'm sure he's happy to take the pot down there with only king high.
Quite happy to take the pot down right there and then. Yeah, so, you know, very interesting, those All Africa days. I mean, that was a proper poker room that they built there, and that
GCR up in Swaziland.
was magnificent, that theatre that Mark put together there. And that we were still using the old pinhole cameras, so when you got to the feature table, you had to hold your cards up to the little pinholes. I mean, the technology we've got now is unbelievable. This is a world-class production. If we look at our camera angles, we look at our table, the RF readers, etc., it's centuries away from that, and yet that was the pioneer for us in South Africa.
It definitely was, yes.
30,000.
Alton folds the 10-4 off.
3.
And the amazing thing is that back then, those days when you got to a tournament, a lot of people started online, etc., because of that All Africa channel, because you watched it there. They were advertising their site, and you went on their site. And they hadn't had the legal battle with the government, so it was still grey area. And then Pigs Peak lost the battle to the government, and they closed their site down, which is the reason it closed. And you know, then you got to see, oh, that person's chess, and that person's that, and that's King Kramer, and you got to meet all the players because you've been playing against them online.
All the time, yeah.
Ruthless positivity.
A little bit less of that nowadays. Everybody knows one another from playing live tournaments together.
It's like
and this coverage that we have has also made a lot of players household names.
It's interesting, in the last hand, Tutu got a walk, and he actually showed queens. He was happy for the walk, but upset that he had a nice hand.
Yeah, he hadn't looked at his cards yet, so happy to get the walk. Oh no, not so happy.
No, exactly.
You can move with savage
I've been on a table where a player absolutely begs for a walk because they're short stacked, gets the walk and looks down and finds aces.
Murphy, Murphy's a funny one.
Careful what you ask for. So Alton under the gun +1. And he had a big stack there, over 300. He's down to 147 now with that hand that he lost to Almin and a few others along the way.
6.5.
Alton's very seldom you see him not in a hand. He enjoys to play the cards. I don't think I've ever seen the hat fold this much.
Alton's a good player though.
He's very good, likes to apply pressure, which is often good in early stages of a long tournament.
Yeah, plays a lot of cash, so you know that style filters over to the tournament game. So ace 8 9 flop,
All in.
9 for Sean. Elton was the and Sean moves all in.
This is an interesting play.
We go up to the flop cam.
Jeez, it's not a small all in either.
No, it's big all in. It's the frustration that he's had. Like I said, the big hand that he lost to 2-2.
134.5.
So the action is on Elton. Big decision to make. We can't see his cards.
It seems like he's got a bit of a decision to make, so I'm sure when we get to see the cards, we're going to see something quite
I
interesting.
mean, Sean made a big move here with second pair. I mean, Elton was the original raiser. Sean called. I mean, you've got to factor that Elton might have an ace, so it's a massive move by Sean. I can think the only reason Elton's taking so long is that he doesn't have a club in his hand.
That's a very good point, and I think Elton might be thinking, listen, his ace, is going up against the flush.
Oh, there we go. He's got ace 8. He's flopped 2 pair, but doesn't have the club. And that is the reason, that is exact reason what I said, why he's so afraid of this flop.
I don't think Elton is getting away from this one. I think with his stack depleting to where it is now from the over 300k mark where it was.
I think you're right, because he can still re-enter. And that's also
That's
a
a
factor.
massive factor.
If this was tomorrow and he couldn't re-enter, it changes the dynamic.
Yeah. And even if he has come up against a flop flush, he's still got 4 outs to try and boat up before the river.
He's in a world of pain here, though. He's flopped 2 pair, and he
I think
he's in pain.
what could also be going through his mind, I think Elton's actually already rebought once in this tournament. And doing 1 rebuy and doing 2 rebuys is
a big difference.
Big difference.
On a 5k tourney.
In saying that, I still don't see him folding this. It's too strong a hand on this flop.
Currently programmed, but they'll announce it.
He's very worried that Sean has flopped a small flush. But again, would you jam a small flush first? There you go.
There it is.
Makes the right call.
Chips get pushed into the middle.
And now
Sean
is in trouble. We'll go up to the flop cam.
Elton, I'm sure we're going to see a look of shock on his face when we see.
Yeah, I think he was in pain there for that, but he's made the right call. So he's got to fade 1 of 2 outs. Oh,
Now one
extra
of-
outs.
Now 1 of 4. There we go.
Queen is a blank, and Elton will eliminate Sean. And Sean had a big stack as well when he came to the table, and he was well over 300,000 at one stage. Joined the table at 248, got it up to over 300. To that big knock with the queens, and that sort of messes with a person's mind sometimes.
Elton back now to 299k.
So he'll be sleeping a lot happier tonight.
That
Definitely.
is part of the reason why I called with the jack.
Player out.
Craig Beringer, Martin looks ready for the lounge cup next to the main table. They've played a lot against one another.
But he had
Craig, the
earlier-
tennis coach.
There was always the potential for that.
Professional tennis coach.
And so many hands. So many hands. I mean, monster hands.
Yeah, we've had
Yes, I
some
think
exciting
that
TV,
was-
Mr. Ralston. You're saying we've had a lot of monster hands. Yeah, we have.
That there's been plenty. Pity we haven't seen the hat in any of them.
He was involved in 1 or 2. He had to rebuy.
Nice hand, Elton.
He re-entered.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah, he did. That's a bullet that he spent.
Okay, that's fantastic news. He's been chirping me the whole day, so
Okay.
to have something to fire back at him.
You
is-
can fire back at him.
3,000 to play. 3,000 to play. No, you're not big line.
So Elton with the pocket 2s. Under the gun.
3,000.
He's just limped in. Set mining. Paul Ralston with the rag ace.
Raise up to 11.5.
So Almin's out the way.
11.5.
Ralston came into
Yeah,
the
that
hand
5
as well.
was sick, eh?
Martin out the way.
11
Tutu out the way. Round to Fabio.
That 5 was very sick
It
indeed.
was raised by Ralston with the ace-6. Fabio's out the way. Elton calls with his pocket deuces, set mining.
Okay, it's an interesting 3-bet there with the ace-6 from Paul. I think he's just getting a bit bored. He hasn't played a hand in about.
Yeah, Gary always says Huey and Dewey looking for Louis, duck hunting.
Yeah.
So it's not a great flop for deuces, even though he's still ahead.
I think ultimately happy to get to the river quite cheaply.
Yeah, I don't think he's putting any bet anywhere here. Now it was checked on the float. Elton's actually going to lead out here, and he gets Ralston to fold. Well played, Elton.
Okay. Very nicely played.
Deeply suspicious, Elton.
So it is well played by Elton there. Takes down the hand. He was ahead.
Limp call.
He'll think he was bluffing at it, but he's bluffing with the best hand.
5s or 6s or something weird.
All right, so we are going to go to Big Dave. He's going to be putting out the cards, and they're going to deal for the last hands of the evening. We will be dealing for 3, 4, or 5 hands. We normally have a little flutter here at the back as to how many hands it's going to be.
3, 4, 5.
One hand's not an option. It's 3, 4, or 5. Bradley's saying 3. Jake, how many hands? Jake says 4, so that we'll have to take 5 then.
Yeah, we got to take 5.
We'll have to take 5 then.
The longer we up here, the better.
So the dealer shuffling the cards in.
Seeing the fact that we're in a casino and I don't do very well in casinos, I think we're going to lose this one.
Yeah, I would have gone for one of the other numbers, however. There we go. All right, so there are the 3 cards. Davey waiting for the dealer waiting for the Big Dave.
Dealers, just a reminder to raise your hand once your table is clear.
Got a good idea who they're going to ask to draw the last card.
I would imagine they're going to ask Almin.
I would think so.
That would be my bet. Bradley saying they should definitely ask Almin. Could be the gentlemanly thing to do. So while we're waiting for that, do you have anything to add on the wrap, Chad? So interesting things you've seen in the 4 days?
Yeah, there's been a couple interesting things. I posted one or two of them on the blog, but if you haven't been following, there was a chip lead hand that happened about 2 hours ago. Raised under the gun. 3 bets under the gun +1, and the button went in. And under the gun called. 3 better folded jacks openly, and button had kings and under the gun had aces, and kings ended up winning the hand.
Wow.
Despite being set for the chip lead in the top.
Who were the players involved? Can you remember?
The guy that had aces was Armand Ulifir, and the guy who had kings is Loki Pelser.
Okay.
So 2 relative new guys on.
I was going to say those are 2 relatively unknown players.
But still, you know, guys playing for big stacks, and something to write home about to their family. You know?
Absolutely, that's monster hands. That.
It'll be posted on social media probably in about an hour and a half from now, or you'll be able to view it tomorrow morning. So play will resume at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Right, I'm going to ask you to mix those cards, and I'm going to ask the lady at the table that I'm in to draw.
Here we go. Almini's going to draw the card.
Short price favorite.
All right, and she's going to draw. She draws 3. Bradley is in the pound seats.
Before we set off, just a reminder that if you're not happy,
Bradley wins a crisp par 5. It's a great victory.
5,000 rand, you can buy a fresh check of 150,000. If you bust them, you
Bradley earns an extra 5 minutes off broadcast time. That's what he was actually looking at. Brendan Fish says Tutu needs to teach Paul how to catch a draw. Yeah, there was a massive draw that Tutu caught on the river and led to Sean's frustrations, and then chipped Tutu up and then chipped Alton back up.
Right, 3 hands left this evening. 3 hands left this evening, guys. Skiers, you may shuffle up and hill.
So 3 hands left. Different tables will finish at different times depending on how slowly those 3 hands play.
Yeah, and then the players will still have to bag and tag.
That they will. We haven't been bagging and tagging with the main events. So it's going to be nice to see some guys actually taking chips into day 2.
I'm going back to Jogo.
Yeah, we only had it in the Grand Slam, and then of course the big shot, that was a 1-day game. And actually a nice turnout on all the tournaments so far.
Definitely. And we're actually expecting quite a few guys to jump into this before the start of play tomorrow.
I would imagine so, because the value's there.
Definitely the value's there. They're
Relentlessly optimistic.
guaranteeing a minimum of 280,000 rand for first.
Up to 10.
You know, for a 5,000 rand investment, that's
a big return.
It's a fantastic return.
And $1 million total prize pool guaranteed. So it'll filter down and paying 10% of the field, so it'll be paying quite far down. So it's folded all the way around. 2 of the players can't see their cards all of a sudden, not putting them where they should. Flop is deuce, king, 2 deuces and a king. I was going to go deuce, king, deuce, but that's how these come out there on the flop.
11,000.
2 bets. You see Almin's cards are off the box, tutors on top of one another, and that's why we're not reading them.
Okay.
Maybe.
Put your cards in the box.
The issues
Okay,
got
now we
pocket
see
3s. And we need to see Tutu's card as well.
Sorry. The cards.
There we go. You should get it up
So
soon.
should read them up now. We're still not reading them. He's got chips over the box though. She made the call. Thank you, Bradley. But we did get 1 hand, so we're now only half in the blind. Almina's checked. Tutu's going to continue.
36,000.
Yeah, she has to get rid of the 3s now.
Commentary booth from here. The hat folded king
She
2.
floated one on the flop in case he was just having a stab at it. When he gets the turn, she can't really continue with 3s.
No, I think the hat, he's chirping us here in the commentary box because he folded king 2
The hat made
pre-flop.
exactly the right decision.
He would have...
When the hat sees that flop, the hat is not happy.
Okay.
Grumpy.
Second last hand.
Oh my.
Paul Ralston, one of the proper comedians of South African poker.
Yeah, real character. And when his sidekick Dom and him are together and Ayub joins
If
them,
the hat had known a boat was coming,
Gordon
the hat might
Patterson,
have called.
those 4 can be quite a handful together.
Or him sitting next to Dobby earlier was interesting, to say the least.
Dobby plays in our home game every week
3,000
with
to
Gary
play.
and myself.
Oh, he's a
Great
wonderful
fun.
guy.
He's a character.
3,000. Call.
There is Gary out in the background there, and David De Beer you can see as well.
1-5 more. Okay, 4. Choco raise.
It's just limped around.
Yeah, I think with there only being 2 hands left in the evening, guys are getting itchy.
Yeah, they don't want to get a big hand going right near the end and
But
dump chips off.
I also think that with him being on the feature table, they want to try and get a little bit of extra airtime with the last 3 hands.
Jack 10 for Martin. He's flopped 2 top 2. Going to bet it. Quick folds. Nobody else got anything. So Marty shows the Jack 10. Gary would be proud of you, Martin. You're already a member of his club over and over and over again, the Jack 10 club.
Do they draw for new tables tomorrow?
So we're down to the last hand.
I miss all of you terribly. I'll miss you like a lot.
Tre.
Especially Martin with his scintillating conversational style.
Oh, goodness.
Martin's literally like, what
So
did I
Martin
do?
will be under
How
the
did I
gun.
get to be the guy in that joke?
helping
Target
with
of
some
opportunity,
change.
my friend. Target of opportunity.
So I'll leave this last hand for you to describe, Chad, because you don't get a chance often to come sit here with
sure.
us.
3,000.
Martin's there to go under the gun. Tutu doesn't seem to like his either.
3.
Fabio's out. Last hand, guys, I think are
3,000.
trying to save those chips for tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think anyone wants to get
I'm
involved.
very surprised Elton didn't try and
1 5
take
more.
down the blind. I think because he doubled up through Sean, he's
You have to take
biting
the
down
stack
all.
now and a
And
walk for
Elmi
the
gets
last
a walk.
hand.
So
And she shows A7, so she did have the best hand there.
Finito.
Players tap the table, and that is the last
Selfie.
hand of the evening. Chad, thank you for joining us. I'm hoping that you will join us sometime in the rest of the week when you get an opportunity. We have a third set in now, so we can actually sit 3 commentators.
oh, wonderful. I'm sure I'll be back.
We sat Bozo in there today, and it was the first time that we've ever had 3 commentators. And it was nice to have Bozo in there, and we had a good old chat.
Oh, great.
So thank you for joining us, and to all the viewers out there, join us at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Well,
And
that
we
was
bid
sick.
you farewell from the lovely Times Square Casino.
Cheers.